flying around in the background vacuum. And what will happen is that you'll have an imbalance of all the larger particles and all the smaller particles on the outside of each of these plates. And then you'll only have the smaller ones being able to get through the gap. And what actually happens, there's a noticeable effect of them drawing together. And in some cases, you can get it drifting apart like a magnet. So, and obviously they're saying that you cannot account for that with obviously gravitation, but any electrostatic force or any electromagnetic force, it has to be a quantum state or a London force performing with each other. So within each other, trying to attract each other, but not gravity. So that is one evidence in favor of, yes, there is something in the medium. But to put it back, because a lot of people, including the likes of DFE at the moment, Fight the Flat Earth, even PhD Tony, Professor Phil Bell, I've argued with all of them for hours, and they haven't got a clue at all about it. But that actual is a demonstration of what is known as the modern day luminiferous ether. Which is 0 point energy. Now, I don't know whether you knew, but I think it was 2017, it may have been, or 16 or something, but Chalmers University sat there and watched an empty vacuum. And they had photo detectors or photon detectors all around. And they actually waited so long, they said, that a actual real photon popped out of the vacuum. So obviously energy is built up over time, and then some sort of reaction comes. And how they describe the background energy at the moment is obviously virtual particles popping in and out of existence. So they're created and then they annihilate each other because they're the opposite of each other. And then something going through that can lend energy from that.
And would 0 point be almost synonymous with certain people's ideas of like counter space?
It is, but I don't know. I think counter space is the intuition of saying counter space is to say that there's something in there.
Sure.
But yeah, but counter space in as much as you have space and then an inversion of that. I don't know. We get into dimensions then, and that goes way above my head. As soon as we, I think I barely understand the fifth dimension of Kaluza-Klein theory. If anyone's looked that up, but it's a similar thing to ether. Put it that way. Similar. It's what's known as gauge theories. That's where they're all born from, or a lot are born from, and that's exactly what Lorentz was working on and Poincaré before Einstein's relativity took over. They were trying to get a true gravitational model, but then Einstein come along and used geodesics and Minkowski spacetime, and he resolved it anyway. So you can use either.
Yeah. Would the Casimir effect be somewhat analogous, but on a smaller scale to like the effect you see with like Cheerios in a bowl of cereal? How they eventually clump together.
See, that is the London forces are more related to that, which is ringing. And I don't know whether you've ever got a flat piece of glass or something, and you've ever put a bit of a polished metal on it, and to try and lift it straight upwards, there's like a vacuum under it, and you can't do it. You have to slide it off the table or something like that. And that is ringing. That is basically removing the air gap enough that you've got the pressure of the atmosphere pushing down on it unequally. So yeah, you could consider it similar to that, where it's not the air pressure pushing the two Cheerios together. But in all honesty, I think with Cheerios, I think it's because it's a rough surface. You know, when you can get two rough surfaces pressed against each other. If I even can imagine what you're on about there. I may even be thinking of something else, but just thinking of two Cheerios stuck together in a cereal bowl. That could
it's kind of like, you know,
just be milk.
Within a cereal bowl, your Cheerios tend to clump together with one another, right? Yeah. Kind of magically. as you run your spoon through the bowl, let's say you only have, you know, a small portion of the surface is covered by Cheerios, they're going to tend to clump together with one another, kind of like magically just decide to move close to one another for some reason. And it's displacement and all that kind of stuff. Like, I understand it. I was just saying, like, visually, it's a
Absorption,
similar
and then
type concept. Right?
it's you've got an external something which is having an effect on the internal something. Yeah,
Sorry
that is the cool
to
thing.
interject, but I just got back. Did I hear something about 0 point energy being the luminiferous ether?
Exactly. Yes.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense. The luminiferous ether is the hypothetical material that light electromagnetic waves, not photons, propagate within. The 0 point energy is just a statement that we do not know exactly how much energy is in any space at a given time, so energy can seem to come from nowhere. That just means that since there's nothing there, but we cannot know exactly what there is, there may eventually be something there. The luminiferous ether was irrefutably disproven entirely by Einstein's special theory of relativity.
No. Yeah. I agree with you on if you were to add the words in front, absolute. Then yes, Newtonian ether does not work. We've proven that wrong with the MMX. But I would say neo-Lorentzian ether and neo-Lorentzian relativity works perfectly fine. There's even been advocates of it, the likes of John Bell. He taught it basically in CERN. You may have missed the discussion though on Dirac. Were you around then?
No, I've been away for half an hour, 45 minutes.
Yeah, we were talking about Dirac, or we went on to, I mean, I was trying to step in when you was talking to Whitsitt to just try and progress it on and get to the point where Dirac was one of the core founders or core experimenters basically on the emission, absorption and transmission of the likes of the photoelectric effect through different materials. And Dirac himself was an ether believer. He formulated his own model, the Dirac C, and that's where the conversation led on. And then it went on to, if you see in the chat there's several citations from a couple of Nobel Prize winners, Leon Lederman, God Particle, and Robert Locklin, both basically saying that the 0 point energy field or the quantum background is a reintroduction of the ether back into physics. So,
I mean, if you want to call it that, it's an extremely different form, and it makes almost none of the same statements. But I suppose it's possible to consider 0 point energy a form of ether, but the implications, again, they're wildly different.
yeah, I mean, in the same way, I will say Einstein himself said that relativity was an ether theory due to the reintroduction of general relativity into the whole theory.
Again, it's still semantics. I mean, it introduces the idea of space and time being like a fabric, but it's not a material. Like when you discuss the ether,
Material properties.
the original idea was like the space has some material, and while space does have material properties, it fundamentally doesn't behave as material that we know does. It's the whole concept of relativity, where a material has to have a reference frame. We have a reference frame, the sun has a reference frame. Space does not. Space has material properties, but it is not material.
Yeah, the concept of neo-Lorentzian is obviously there is an absolute frame, but it's embedded and nested in the relative frames that you would never be able to tell it anyway or tell it apart. So that's that's sidelined, so to say, or sidelined with that theory. But obviously the new theory or the 0 point energy is a completely different. Well, quick question: what's your interpretation of the Casimir effect?
What do you mean, my interpretation of it? Just what I understand about it?
Yeah, because that, in my eyes, I was just explaining. I don't know whether you heard about it. It was just before probably you come in. That the Casimir effect is actually a demonstration or physical demonstration of the
0 point
imbalance.
energy.
Yeah, the imbalance of the wavelengths of particles on the outside in comparison to the gap on the inside.
In a way, yeah. So what the way of describing it in more wave descriptions is everywhere in space there is a waving probability field for energy and certain behaviors of that energy that would create particles. And what a barrier or what an object like is used in the test of a Casimir effect does is it tells that 0 point energy that certain states can't exist. It's like pinching a wave. Like if you were to vibrate a string, there would be a certain number of modes, and what you could do is you could grab the string where there's no node, and then that would force a certain oscillation that has a node at the point you pinched. It's like telling the 0 point energy that certain waves are not possible, and because of that, less are possible between the barriers than inside or than outside the barriers, and there's an apparent force from the outside of the barriers because there's less ability for particles to exist inside the barrier.
I did explain it correct. That's all good. I was just checking my understanding.
The general idea was correct. Yeah, it's just particles. It's actually a very similar effect to how black holes lose mass. It's basically certain particles that would be free to come into existence or almost come into existence in free space can't do so between the barriers. So that creates a disparity.
What was your major in, or what did you concentrate on?
I'm a physicist, but my concentration is not really specific at the moment. I've done computational, quantum computational primarily, actually.
I'm not a physicist, but I stayed at a Holiday Inn last night.
That's very nice.
Yeah, I'm not a physicist at all.
Wait a minute, you're a physicist?
Me, yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say I'm not a physicist, but I come from the other side of. I'm actually a database engineer, SQL, and more app software engineer and design. So
what kind of physicist are you? I know you said you didn't really find any area of focus, but that's
Computational mainly. But I've done quite a bit of computational quantum work. So simulating quantum mechanical systems in code.
Is that using standard computers or actual quantum qubits and stuff?
Unfortunately, I have not had access to any quantum computers, so just Python.
Yeah. So have you heard about is it Q Sharp? Q Sharp is the new language that I think it's Microsoft based, I would assume.
Most likely, I haven't heard much about it.
Yeah, well, I only just watched an hour-long sort of like presentation, so it's brand spanking new. It's not. It's hot off the press. I don't think it's even fully tested yet, but a full language basically based on QM.
Were you referring to Python like the the application for running like for lack of a better term, AI or bots and stuff like that? Is that what we're talking about?
It's a programming language. A lot of neural networks and machine learning algorithms are programmed in it, so that's probably where that came up. But yeah, Python's just a very widely applied programming language for data science.
Gotcha. Oh, I was thinking Anaconda. Never mind.
Oh yeah, Anaconda actually is a very common framework for Python.
Okay, so maybe I heard the two synonymous with my work. Okay, gotcha.
So what have you explored on the neural network side of things?
I haven't really, explored neural networks specifically, but I do use them for some applications.
Yeah, what I've been or was interested in getting further on is the old. I see someone put on this. I mean, they're scary as hell, but someone put on this sensor hat, which literally has many, many pads, and you could literally use your brain electricity as a controller. So you can literally control a character as if it was an Xbox controller just by thought.
Oh, yeah, I think I actually saw a demonstration of that. Yeah, it's very cool.
Yeah.
I'm assuming it's not very functional, but yeah, that is very cool.
Yeah, it's just basically forward, back, left, and right, and shoot. You
Right.
train it. You train it based on it's basically repetitive learning. So whatever you even think of at that time, it will pick up whatever your brain's doing at that time. And obviously, if you do the same thing over and over again, it will pick up that same image. So even if you were to not think of going forward and you wanted the character to go forward, you could think of another alternative, go left, and program that in to go forward. And then every
Right.
time you think, yeah, so it's
Yeah,
all
it needs to
in front.
have. Yeah, it needs to have some reinforcement. So you have to think of something, and then it needs to know that what that means, and
Yeah,
then
exactly.
it'll start to be able to identify that.
It's got no interpretation until you program it. Yeah, so it's not AI is not good until you give it many humans. Put it that way. Yeah. I will say, I give you respect for, and I will say knowledge now on the understanding that what you've just said there, and let's just say spoken like a scientist, where you come back in and you basically said ether. You said no, the luminiferous ether idea of that was destroyed, and you're correct in as much as the old idea, the developed idea of that. You said, yeah, well, you can consider that. You can do what you want, basically. It doesn't actually matter in the grand scheme of things in the macro world, which not you'd be shocked at the amount of people who claim that they're scientists who will say the exact opposite to that. Who would go as far as denying even as much as there is a Casimir force. And you can even consider the quantum background as an ether type model when you've just come there and you didn't lose your shit, basically. So I've got to doff my hat at you, because most people will hear the word ether and they go off their head in as much as, what are you talking about, 1880? And that's what I was just saying with that Robert Lachlan quote. There is a massive taboo on it in science, just with the word ether. It's as if it's synonymous to science failure, when I don't believe it is, but I can see why science is would like to steer clear of that and avoid that at all costs, basically.
Right, and to add to that, in fact, the ether has so much pushback because how it started was, or like how it began was a hypothesis, and then right after that, it itself became pushback. So like the original idea was, okay, well, we have this electromagnetic wave, and everything we know about waves says they have to be propagating in some medium. So that was where the idea of the ether came from. But then Einstein's theory of relativity came around, and that was absolutely destroyed. But so many scientists really hated the ideas Einstein came up with, and they really held on to the ether because of that. And that created the taboo aspect that you're referring to, where anytime the ether is mentioned, it's like, no. That doesn't make sense. That was just a bunch of pushback for Einstein's theories, which were eventually totally accepted, and now the ether is destroyed. But I mean, so that's why the word carries that stigma. But I mean, in science, or especially in physics, how you consider something is pretty free. I mean, there's a reason why there's so many interpretations going around. Like, there's several different interpretations of quantum mechanics. Some agree with one, some agree with others.
And if you define the fabric of space-time being ether, that valid scientists, that's what you want to call ether, then that's fine, as long as it behaves and you conduct
exactly. Yeah, it's
okay.
Yeah, it really doesn't matter how you interpret the way the universe works, as long as you've got, verified experiments, and the model works. So like you can call the space-time fabric ether if you wanted, and you'd get pushback for that because when you say that, it kind of sounds like you're referring to the other ether, but in reality, you're just kind of having an interpretation on something, and you may treat the math no differently, which would make it the same theory, and there's nothing wrong with what you're saying.
Right.
So that is the same thing between neo-Lorentzian relativity and Einstein's special relativity. They're synonymous, mathematically indistinguishable. They both come out at the same numbers. And yeah, it's exactly that. You can take any concept you want. It's just that you've got to conform to reality. Your model's still got to conform to reality, regardless. It's got to fit experiment.
Would you believe in the bending and work?
Well, I've got very, very. They're not cherry picked at all because they're directly on the point. But Einstein himself saying that he's wrong to actually believe that there is absolutely no ether. Because he can't see how he can bend space without it having qualities. But his ether theory is that it cannot possess any mechanical properties itself, albeit it has an effect on mass.
Well, he was very clear that he said that you have the work due to the time dilation related. The fundamental foundation of bend and work space-time is the fact that time dilates when it slows down when it's near large. So if ether,
See, that was born from an ether idea. That was literally Heaviside's. The contraction is he noticed that a magnetic field in motion contracted in physical size.
Yeah,
and it was just adopted across that everything was made from electromagnetic fields or light, especially, and that does the same thing. That will contract in the direction of motion.
Right, but that's the fundamental cause of why they say space-time fabric actually warps and distorts, because time slows down near large masses, not a velocity based, positional based too.
Well, I'll read it here. Einstein wrote in his 1919 letter to Lorentz, "It would have been more correct if I had limited myself in my earlier publications to emphasizing only the non-existence of an ether velocity instead of arguing the total non-existence of the ether. For I can see with the word ether, we say nothing else other than space has to be viewed as a carrier of physical quantities, meaning that space has to physically have something in it in order to cause that quantity to change. And this is what he was saying. I need ether back in, but it cannot possess any mechanical properties or anything that will be detectable. So his theory more flows towards a geometry. That's where he wanted to take it. Look, I just want it to be a geometry
sounds like space doesn't have any, but then he says ether does. So ether has to be time then? Is ether time? Are they synonymous?
No. I mean, there's. I was going to ask Triple there, but if you've ever heard of Eric Verlind, I think his theory is a classic interpretation of an ether theory, albeit he lends it from the holographic theory and so on. But his theory is there is no such thing as gravity. Gravity is actually a manifestation, an entropic manifestation from something else happening, and that something else.
But Einstein says that too. No gravity. There are gravitational.
Yeah. No, sorry, I didn't finish there.
Right.
So the entropic thing that's happening in his theory is that it's these virtual particles popping in and out of existence, and due to different quantities spread throughout the universe, statistical variation and so on, this is the thing that creates temperature fluctuations, and he calls it thermodynamic entropy, where things are in a particular state because of these virtual particles pushing back on matter, so to say. And that's how he basically, using that concept and working from bottom up and saying, right, I'm going to start my theory from a quantum field theory and say that there's a quantum background, and then extrapolate it up, but never include any concept of gravity. He was able to actually resolve Einstein's field equations and resolve dark matter. But the reason why his theory won't pass the next stage of peer review is because anyone putting any new theory towards now has to not only replicate what relativity is capable of, but also explain dark matter and dark energy to replace the current lambda CDM model. So it's a big task for the next model to come in to explain all of those things. And I believe that Eric Verlin's entropic gravity is what they call it, is an ethereal thing, because he's basically saying this background medium is the thing not causing the pushing about, because obviously gravity, as we think of it as mass, is a correct outcome. It's similar to the old Einstein's versus Newton's. Here on Earth, we can consider it as, yeah, it's Newton's. And it's in the same way he says, yeah, we consider Einstein's as correct, being completely correct in a certain scale. But there's a certain scale that his one takes over and still explains this dark matter. I will say, in not all occasions, but
Einstein still works much better. Einstein works much better than Newtonian. Accurate. They both work generally.
Right. Yeah, Newtonian. Sorry, you're chopping up. It's hard to tell when you finish speaking.
They're subsets of each other, basically.
No, they're lesser. One's a lesser version of the other.
Right. Yeah, a subset's a way of describing it. So Newtonian physics is a limit of general or of Einstein's relativity. It's like in mathematics. Do you guys know limits in calculus? It's effectively the same thing. Or it's an analogous. It's like if you were to take the limit of Einstein's model as, mass becomes zero, but not actually zero, because that would be very different, and velocity is zero, then it's the same theory. But in that never happens. So it's just kind of an approximation at this point.
That's why there's no gravitational field, Einsteinian mechanics. There's no gravity wells. There's an acceleration that is based on curve and warping of space-time. When something is forced to go off that geodesic path, then there's a force acting on it. You said standing on a scale. You want to be traveling through time in a direction that you should be traveling, but you're not. You're forced to be stopped against the object which has mass. So there's a force keeping you deviating. It's a pseudo force acting on a pseudo force.
Right. Yeah. Gravity's not actually a force. So, according to Einstein's relativity, if you're standing on the Earth, you're actually accelerating up, because space-time is asking you to follow a path into the surface, but that path is blocked. So, you're being pushed by electromagnetic forces up.
That's it. Like the apple is levitating while the Earth moves up to the apple in the Newtonian
free falling.
versus Einstein.
Free fall. No forces are acting on it. It's just free fall. And the ground is moving up toward the apple. But yet you measure the acceleration. You can say, I see the apple dropping. Wow, it's actually accelerating. Velocity is changing at a rate of 9.8 meters per second squared. But yet that object has forces acting on it. How is that possible?
Right, and that was the foundational idea of general relativity. I mean, Einstein was looking at construction workers on a roof and imagined if he put himself in the reference frame of one of them falling off of the roof. And as horrible as that is, the idea is we measure that man falling off the roof having an acceleration because we ourselves are being accelerated by gravity, and there's a ground in the way. So that's how he realized that they're one and the same.
Which vector does the ball go for the ground to be moving up? You sound like you're the Flat Earth Society.
It's a confusing way of discussing it, but it totally works
relativity.
out.
Yeah.
So if the way of thinking, so it's the concept of a 4 vector. If you Google that, the exact result will come up. If you're standing on the Earth and you're not accelerating with respect to somebody else, also standing on the Earth, then you would say that you are moving at the speed of light through time, but only through time relative to that person. And if you're moving at the speed of light in a vacuum, then you're not moving through time, you're only moving through space. Very confusing. It takes a long time to wrap your head around it, but that's the way the universe works.
Yeah, because otherwise they're thinking that the expanding in all directions and would be getting larger. Flat Earth Society plate is moving at an acceleration rate of 9 squared. It's not doing that. We're just changing direction. Remember, the geodesic path becomes mass that we're on or near, if you're in space, is forcing us to curve around the Earth and go into orbit. But in the orbit, you're free fall. You're not feeling anything. And if you somehow your orbit decayed and you land on the ground and you stop, your path through time and space was supposed to be a certain direction, a certain velocity. Now you're stopped. Now all you do is feel that acceleration, accelerating.
Right.
Path of geodesic space-time is bent and turned. Not.
Yeah, honestly, if you ask me, this stuff should sound this confusing, because what we're talking about is linear motion through non-Euclidean 4-dimensional space. So it's impossible to see in your head. I mean, your head can only see in 3 dimensions.
Very few drawings that can. There's very few drawings that can. Some are closer than others, but most of them fail miserably and leave you just scratching your head like, what? Is that possible? But the question is like, well, that's the answer. But all you have to do is go back to the guy falling off the building. Why is he in free fall, having no forces acting on free fall, and yet he is truly accelerating? How is that? And you can make up whatever other theory you might want to conjure up to explain that. But special relativity doesn't. General relativity.
Yeah, here I'm pulling up. So the unintuitiveness of relativity starts pretty early. I mean, general relativity's off the charts with how unintuitive it is, but special relativity has its moments. I'm sending you a problem that you'd find in an intro special relativity textbook. that is really, really interesting. Basically, a snake is traveling at a large fraction of the speed of light towards two hatchets, and the hatchets are the width, the same width as the snake, or sorry, are the same width as the snake in the stationary frame. So if you're in the stationary frame, the snake would look shorter because it's moving so quickly, by length contraction, not just by perception. And then in your frame, the hatchets come down at the same time on either side of the snake, and the snake is not chopped in half. But in the snake's reference frame, he's not length contracted, he's longer. But the hatchets are length contracted, so they appear closer together. So if the hatchets came down at the same time, there's no way the snake would fit between them. So that seems like a discrepancy. It seems like a paradox. I think the more common example is a ladder in a garage.
The only
Just
paradox, the only paradox you have is begging the question, fallacy.
No, there is no paradox. It's just a misunderstanding, which is in special relativity, you can't just state that length contracts. You also have to state that events that occur at different points in space also occur at different points in time, between different reference frames. So, what happens in the snake's reference frame is the hatchet further down in the line of motion comes down first, and then the other hatchet comes down second, even though in the other reference frame they came down at the same time.
There we go. How does a ladder? I never heard of the ladder.
If you try to fit a ladder in a garage, in the stationary frame, the ladder's moving really quickly, so it should fit in the garage, but in the ladder's frame, the garage is too short for the ladder. And the question is, when the ladder gets into the garage, can you shut the door? And the answer is yes, because by the time you shut the door, the ladder is already broken out of broken through the wall on the other side.
Oh.
Seems like the only place you could use this theory is in a video game.
Well, your cell phone uses it every time you use GPS.
I was just going to say, it's used every day. They count on it. It's not accounted for. Those things.
I love this conversation, but I have to go. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, come back. In fact, we should probably talk about that. There's about moving around its orbit, the sun, and length contraction and time dilation. And,
yeah, sounds great.
Transformations and all that. Yeah. So.
All right, I'll talk to you later.
It's always nice when someone has a grasp on these concepts, layman's terms. Test, test.
Yep.
Louder hurts my.
You're like fading in and out when you talk. Your mic was doing that earlier as well. Sometimes you cut out quite a bit when you're talking, like intermittently. Just for brief seconds. I don't know if you're using AirPods. It seems to be what happens when Jeremy uses AirPods as well. So
No, is it better? I just left and came back. Is it better now?
yeah, no, I was saying earlier when you were talking with I forget the guy's name. You catch, of every 4 words you would catch kind of like 3, but we could piece together the sentences enough.
Right. It might be. It happens occasionally. I don't know. I have to log off and log back on. The Discord's been giving me problems last week or so. Something with noise canceling or something.
Yeah, and I don't know what setups people use, but I know when Jeremy's using like his AirPods, it seems like he's always late to the conversation because there's a slight delay as he fades in and then kind of a fade out as he starts to
Right.
end his talking. Yeah.
Gotcha.
What's up?
How's it going, Jeremy?
Not bad. How we doing?
Oh, not too bad. I just took a break to eat some more, and then I'm out back working on the plumbing.
What's up, guys? Nothing going on tonight, or what? Did I miss all the action earlier?
I missed most of it myself. We've got snow here, and it's been cold long enough. There's enough days in a row that the water froze up, so we don't have running water in the house. So I'm kind of scrambling.
Oh yeah, geez, your pipes froze. It's horrible.
Well, I think it's a garden hose that actually hooks us to the well, and it's outside, and so I think I know where we can pull it out and put some heat tape on it.
All right.
Yo, Jeremy, did you see what I messaged you yesterday in the chat?
You didn't send me no DM.
Yeah, I didn't send. Yeah, I just said that. It's in the. I said in the chat. I said that.
Bro, I do not communicate with you via Livestream one text. I've told you this in the past. That is not how I communicate with people.
Well, I try to be effective, so that's how I communicate. But regardless,
The most effective thing would be to send that to me in a DM so I actually see it. You think I just scour Livestream one waiting for you to post something for me?
well, dude, let's say I'm in the bathroom, right, on my phone, I can't get on voice, right? If I send something in the text chat and you can't read it, usually somebody else will say it to you out loud because I know you're handicapped. You know, with sight, you can't read text. So
I just started reading again, so
I doubt
that's not
that.
the point. The point is, you need to DM me stuff if you want me to see it.
Well, the moment is gone. Okay, because I'm in voice now, and I'll just tell you the big news. I got a new job, dude. You'll never guess what I'm going to be doing.
Where is it?
I'm going to be like a stockbroker for crypto.
Oh, you're doing a what?
It's like I'm going to be trading stocks, broker for the crypto market.
You're a crypto broker?
Yeah, that's right.
What?
That's what I'm doing now.
Does that mean you're just trading crypto?
Yeah, for clients.
How do you know what to buy and sell?
Yeah, that's what I was wondering, Jeremy.
I have no idea. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know how it
You're
works.
going to do great at this,
You're going to
bro.
go. Yeah, you're going to do well, man. You're going to go well.
But they have paid training, so I'm gonna be, a month of paid training. I'm sure.
Oh, that's all you need. That's all you need is a month. Yep.
Did you see this on like a YouTube or TikTok ad or something?
No, I was applying for a bunch of jobs because my girlfriend. It's a big deal for her, that I have a job, and because she thinks I'm just lazy if I'm just on here, even though I'm working on a computer. If I don't actually have a legitimate job, she gets in my case. So
Yeah, fucking do something with your life, will you?
well, anyway, so I was applying to a bunch of different shit, and that's just one of the places I applied. One of the job offers I saw.
Kosho, anyone who would let you trade somebody else's money in crypto after just 1 month of exposure to it, you should be really concerned about your employer.
Well, no, I mean that was part of the interview process, was to gauge where I'm at, because they were looking for someone who that was in the software. Because I guess it's more in depth than just being a broker, because I needed someone in software. But they said everything was basically going to be gone over through training. So I'm not sure what kind of instruments they already have, but I'm sure they already have clients and they already have instruments. I just got to, I don't know, do the legwork, I guess.
I'll bet they'll have you writing code to automatically trade.
Yeah, perhaps. I'm not sure, but I told them about because I've done stuff in Solidity. Yeah, Solidity, which is Ethereum's blockchain. So I've done stuff with the blockchain before, and hash functions and all that. So I guess I looked like a match with them. We'll see what happens.
Good luck.
Yeah, I hope it goes well, man.
Yeah. Well, I get 4% of each trade. Plus, I mean, the salary on its own is already decent, but the 4%, that could be, that can turn out to be a lot.
Oh yeah, you do $100,000 trade, you make 4 Gs. Yeah.
Yeah, but who's going to trade $100,000? If this was 2 years ago, I probably could have made bank because people probably be trading left and right. But I don't know how much trading is going on these days.
Yeah,
it'll come back.
a little
It'll
slow, I think.
come. It's shit, but it'll come back.
Yeah, but I mean, like, I just haven't. I know that there's a lot of people like Jeremy, for example. I'm sure you've not. You're probably not as. Actually, you were never savvy in the market. You just always did purchase stuff on a whim. But I'm just there's the people who were.
Oh, me?
Yeah. You
Oh, I
never.
knew exactly what I was doing.
Yeah, okay.
Kinda.
Well, regardless, people like you or people who were in depth into it, like my past 2 years, I know that they don't talk about it as much these days. So I'm not sure if there's a lot of action or movement or anything like that.
Yeah, there's not a lot of action.
It's just a big bear market right now, Kosho. That's all.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
everything's down, but that's the cycle of money, isn't it? Goes up, goes down, goes up, goes down.
well, the thing that's weird is there was a lot, probably I'd say a large majority of cryptos. Like there's the big ones that everyone knows, but majority of all the other ones were kind of just scams. But people taking advantage of the market or of the opportunity, really.
Oh, tons of just bullshit. I wouldn't even say scams as
crooks,
far as
just crooks.
Bullshit coins. Just coins that had no purpose, no intention on going anywhere. There was a lot of scams, but I think most of it is just too many coins. Like what do you really need all these coins for? Some of them don't do anything and shit. It's like they're just coming out with coins and just come out with coins. One night we sat there and just gambled. Like there's literally a coin that comes out every like half a minute or something, and I would just buy like $5, $10 worth of it,
and then sell it immediately. I mean, that's probably the only way to have made money is because wouldn't you call it a scam if, like I said, a majority of them, like the model for almost, I'd say 90+% of them were to establish a coin and then get a marketplace to promote it, and while giving them free coins. So you give them, a large set of free coins so that they promote this for you, which then triggers a giant buy from new investors. And then just like clockwork, the people that were given free coin and the originators, they would sell their coin because it was inflated, by the people just buying into it. And then everyone who bought into it just left with their pants down.
Yeah, they just pull the liquidity out of it, and then there's nothing left for everybody else.
Yeah, right. So I mean, when you call that a scam?
I do. Yeah.
Pretty scammy. Yeah. What do they call that? A rug pull?
A rug pull,
a slow rug, or whatever. Yeah. Honey. What is it? Honey pot or something? Jeremy, I don't know.
Especially when it's manufactured like that.
It sounds like just a rug pull where they pull all the liquidity out from under you.
Yeah.
They get a whole bunch of people who invest. It's just what Kosho just said is a rug pull.
Yeah.
It seems like that should be illegal, or maybe it is, depending on how you do it. But it was kind of the normal model for most of those, bullshit coins.
A lot of coins was like that, yeah.
It's not illegal because there's no regulation. They can do what they want.
A lot of them just had no purpose, and they serve no purpose, and it's just worthless. But like, there's a big hype. Oh, this Doge X Shiba fucking baby coin or whatever. Fucking, people get all pumped over it, and then it just didn't do anything. It's nothing, and you can't have like millions of cryptos. What do you need all those cryptos for?
If you have a coin that has no utility in the real world at all, it's a Ponzi scheme. Like, what is the good? What's the use of it? It's just flowing money around, and somebody's. Yeah. It's attached to nothing. It's useful for nothing. It's just got a heap of money poured into it.
You got a bunch of crypto.
Me? Yeah, Jeremy. Yeah, I've got plenty.
Yeah.
All mine's attached.
Coin?
Yeah, man, I still got plenty of it.
I forgot what it did. I never looked into it too. I've been so busy.
Yeah, it's they've migrated off the Binance chain onto Polygon.
Did it?
Yeah, and it's good. Like the futures, like everything in crypto, the future is good, but it's got a ton of utility there. It's a cross chain DEX, and it's being taken up by like as the back room. How do I want to put it? Other cross chain DEXs are taking it up using the technology, but putting their own front end on it. So yeah, it's a legit, like it's an LLC company now. It's got an office in North Carolina. It's registered in Panama. And so it's an actual company. It's not
just some dude in his mom's basement who made a coin.
Exactly.
Yeah.
100%. Yeah.
When you go ahead,
yeah.
sorry.
No, you go. Come on.
I got some questions actually because I used to actually get really bored whenever you guys talk about this stuff. So I didn't really listen that much, right? And Jeremy would always ask me for like tips, and I would pretend I knew what I was talking about, but I didn't really.
It's not what happened.
Yeah. Well, either way, because I would do his research for him, and I'd come back with bullshit. But the question is, so when you say Polygon and Binance, those are marketplaces, right?
Bro, you came at me with all these scams and shit and way to scheme these people. That's what happened. I wasn't coming at you with asking for tips.
Yeah, well, I'd spent a lot of time on that Dogecoin fucking thing I was building, and it like only worked barely. But anyway, that's not important.
Different blockchains.
Yeah, different. So
you got Ethereum, you got Polygon, you got Avalanche, you got Binance, and there's a bunch of others as well. But they're the big ones.
Wait a minute. Okay, so hold on a second, because you said they're different blockchains entirely, or they're different. I thought each of these coins were blockchains.
Different blockchains.
Yeah, but I thought each of these coins were all different blockchains already.
No, your coin is only on one blockchain. If you put a coin on Polygon, then you can it only exists on the Polygon chain.
Okay, so
difference between a coin and a token. A coin.
Hello.
Hey, wait, what's up, Effie? How you doing?
Yeah, good, buddy.
A coin is its own actual blockchain. A token is a token that's on someone else's blockchain.
So, like a blockchain can have several tokens, basically, right? And I'm still confused though because I kind of know the distinction between the token and the coin, but when it comes to, like I said, there's Polygon, Binance, Avalanche. I'm still trying to find the distinction between these marketplaces and the blockchain, because I just want to tell you the way I understood it before was that a marketplace could have several different blockchains, that are traded on it, right? Because can't you have a marketplace that has both Ethereum and Bitcoin, and those are.
So are you talking about an exchange though? Like if you've got a centralized exchange, then yes, I guess, but the blockchain itself is different. Like Ethereum is different to Avalanche is different. Yeah.
You got different chains. So like the Binance Smart Chain, I can trade every coin is on that. It's not the actual coin, but it follows the price. So you can trade Doge, Bitcoin, whatever on a Binance chain. And yeah, there can be Binance all different smart chains on an exchange. Yeah. Coins, tokens, and shit.
Centralized exchange. The problem with the exchange is if you use the exchange, then it's out of your hands. You don't have control of it. It can be hacked. It can be disappeared. They can not give you your money, because it's no different to a bank. Once you hand your money, your token into a centralized exchange, you lose control of it.
That's why I like wallets like MetaMask, SafePal. You can trade right on the browser and shit. It's dope.
All these big hacks and huge money like FTX and these things that have been in the news lately, that's all centralized exchange shit where you're putting your coins, your money into someone else's hands. So at that point, not your money, not your keys, not your money. You got to keep it in your own wallet.
Maybe I should try to understand how this Binance Smart Chain works, because, like I said, if it's as you said a second ago, Magna Carta, that it works as an individual blockchain, then I guess they would kind of establish these other blockchains, and then since it's its own entity, it would just turn those into blocks on its own chain, basically. But I would assume that's how it would work, unless it's just unless it's not a single blockchain. But I don't know. I gotta do some research. I mean, I'm sure they'll train me on this stuff, but I also kind of want to. I don't want to, seem brand new. You know what I mean?
Yeah, at least look into it a little bit. Jesus, know what you're doing. At least a little bit.
I'm really good at interviews, so it's like I'm almost always get the job every time. But it's like that was
you can get heaps of jobs. You just can't hold on to them.
Yeah, well, they'll say usually it always happens at every job. It's like there's always like a moment when they like look at me for like they're like, I don't know. It's like they got a different view of me. I think after I've worked there for a little bit, like what the hell, this guy's not as competent as we fucking thought he was in his interview.
Yeah, that's happened here in this arena. I used to think you were a highly competent person, and come to find out,
Yeah, it's because you got to fake it till you make it, or until they find out.
My friend, we used to do construction. He used to always say, "You don't have to actually know what you're doing. You just got to look like you know what you're doing."
As long as you're wearing a high vis shirt, that's all you got to do, and have a hammer in
you
your.
just look like you know what's
That's
going
it,
on
buddy.
out there.
Here in Australia, if you've got a high vis shirt on, you can walk into anywhere. Nobody questions you because they just figure you're a tradesman. You're meant to be there. You're doing something. You could walk into a government office. Nobody questions me.
Oh yeah,
Like
who's the guys? There's some guys on like TikTok or YouTube or something. Their whole thing is they just go places and like carry in a ladder and shit with some pipe.
Yeah,
with some safety vests on, and
That's it, man. That's it. It works. Whereas if you go in with an official company shirt on with your logo, you got to go to the reception, you got to sign in, you got to get a visitor's pass. You walk in with your high vis shirt or jacket on, you can just go anywhere.
Yeah, that's why I anytime I try to do something where I look official, I just bring like a clipboard and a lanyard, wear like a polo shirt, wear a name tag or lanyard with like a name tag on it.
So when do you start this crypto thing, Kosho? Is this like you've got the job, you're starting, or what?
Yeah, I've got the job. I'm just going through the onboarding process right now. So I start the training here. I'm basically starting now. I just, like I said, we're doing the onboarding. So,
Is online training, or you got to go into the office?
No, it's mostly remote. There's like a headquarters place, but
and they're gonna pay you to train.
Yeah, paid training and commission during training, everything. It's legit.
What you saw this in it?
What's that? Oh yeah. I was on Indeed
somewhere.
Yeah,
you're like a TikTok ad thing or something.
No,
you're getting scammed right now, bro. Dude. Yeah, you're getting this. Is anyone can post shit on Indeed.
Yeah,
whatever. I hope it works out for you.
Yeah, if they were,
do they only pay you on what you produce for them, or are you actually getting some kind of?
Yeah, there's a salary. There's a salary that on its own I would have accepted a job, but then there's 4% from the trade, and there's like
that's high. That's a high fee, man. That the 4%. That's a big fee someone's paying. And they're giving you 4%, so they're getting a skim as well. So it's like a trading platform that's got 6-7% fees. It's pretty high.
Well, I don't see why people aren't. I don't know who these people are, that are clients or the customers, but it seems like most people just trade for themselves anyway. So I don't know what the whole thing is.
Actually, what do you do all your trading on?
You say what?
Do you trade? You don't trade anything now? You got coins, right?
I mean, I use coins.
You had MetaMask with this Binance Smart Chain on it and shit.
I lost the thing with my names with my words on it.
Dude, seriously, I told you don't lose that fucking thing.
I still have it, but I forgot to write down one of the words.
I tell everyone, don't lose this. This is super important, guys. Don't lose this. Everyone loses it. I know Hez that got that shit etched in metal right now.
Yeah, I carved it in wood, but like I said, I've left out one of the words.
Stupid. Do you know why they carve it in metal and not wood?
Because wood can burn.
Yeah, wood can burn. It could float away, whatever. I don't know. Who knows what your crazy ass is doing? Fuck around with all these crazy people in Texas.
Did you write it in crayon too, Coco?
It's right next to his diploma. That is.
Very funny, dude.
Dude, it's not. Act like your diploma's not written.
It's not, but that's not important, dude. What is important is
I don't know what's worse, if it's in crayon or the fact that your mom signed it.
My mom did make it.
Yeah, oh, that's what I meant, not grand. Yeah, my bad.
Regardless, how many times can you try your password in MetaMask?
I don't think it's limited. I'm not sure.
It would have to be limited, otherwise you can hack anybody's.
You think so? I don't think so.
Let me think.
You ain't gonna guess that shit though. You're trying to guess a seed phrase. That shit ain't never gonna happen.
I'm not trying to think. I'm trying to think of what the. I think you would do, what is it, like 10,000 choose 12 or something like that, which is, let me see how many. Let me see what that is. Hold on.
Have you guys seen that website that has every single Bitcoin public and private key on it?
Really?
Yeah, it's like a public website. It literally has every private key for Bitcoin, but there's like, I don't know how many pages, millions of pages. So like you would never be able to actually find one that has money on it because of, I saw Jaronism did a video on it once where he was going through it. So it's
Wait,
like,
what can you do? Hold on, say it again.
It's got all the private keys for every Bitcoin wallet.
No way.
Yep, right on the website.
Does it give you the combination?
Well, you just have to find one. I mean, first of all, I think it'd be morally wrong to just take someone's money. So even if you found one, you're still taking it from someone. Nonetheless, in theory, if you found one that actually had money on it, you could take it. Yeah, but there's just so many of them that like the chance of doing it is like virtually zero.
So is that's per wallet, right? That's not necessarily per token. So there could be more than one Bitcoin or less within the wallet.
Your
Your
mic
mic
kind of went out. Yeah, your mic.
I thought somebody was actually doing that.
Is it is it any better?
Yeah, you're good now.
Oh, yeah, I was just saying, like, is that attached to a wallet?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm on there now, but I'm not sure. I'm trying to see how it works.
There's a bunch of websites. It's not only one. Yeah.
Okay.
This one has Bitcoin, Bitcoin Cash, and Bitcoin Gold, all private keys. It's just you'll never find one that has any money in it. That's the thing. Like that, Jaronism did a whole video on it. Like the statistics that you would find one that has money. Like you could be clicking next page, next page, next page. You know, for the end of your life, you'll never find one. And even if you did, you'd be stealing someone's money. So, but I guess technically you could do it. I guess, but I wouldn't recommend it.
What is it? Just for every website, every API key possible, or just ones that are already have been made? There's no way they could give the already made. They just must be just a pages of all the possible ones. No.
Yeah, I think it's just individual seed phrases, but you have to get the 12-word combo.
Okay, so I don't know if I did this correctly, but it looks like 2 to the 39th power.
No, it's like the key to the actual. It's not necessarily to the wallet. It's the key for the actual Bitcoin itself. The private key.
There is no key per Bitcoin. It's only per wallet holding the Bitcoin. The Bitcoin has to be withheld on either an exchange or somebody's private ledger. So, and furthermore,
are these private keys from everybody's wallets then?
And that was in the beginning of Bitcoin. Since then, you can fraction a Bitcoin and shatter it, and I think they were offering, I thought it was like $2,000. That's what they offered me to shatter my original.
Okay, so it looks like
Bitcoin.
Sorry,
Kosho, can you hear us, dude? Or are you just hot micing?
Can anybody hear it?
Jesus, can you hear me?
Can you hear
you
Dino?
guys? Never mind, it's me. Sorry.
I'm like mid-flight in speech, dude. Anyhow, go ahead, Coach.
All right, sorry if I was talking over everybody a second. I couldn't hear anybody.
Yeah, I guess maybe I don't fully understand. So these are keys to private wallets, then?
Yeah, and some people can make their wallet private or public, meaning it'll show you anybody in the public can look up your name and see like what your holdings are.
I know, but these are
that's how.
But these are the private keys. These are not the public ones. These are not like the public. These are the actual private keys, the things that actually denotes that the actual part that you're holding the Bitcoin.
Yeah, it's attached to a specific wallet, though, is what I'm saying.
One of these
you have to have it.
Like allprivatekeys.com is one of them. No, I was just saying allprivatekeys.com is one of them I just found. Or this one is keys.lol.
Yeah, but don't you have to have the address too? Well, no, they do have the address too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They have all of it.
But the address and the private key. Well, I mean,
the public and private key. Yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And so, what's the idea that most of these are empty?
Yeah, it was a while ago. Jeranism did that video, but he did a whole video where he was breaking down like the statistics of what it would take to actually find one that even has any money in it.
Yeah, but how would you use a private key to send a transaction? Wouldn't you need like so to log into a wallet? Don't you need those like 12 words or whatever?
Right. Yeah, you can't have a Bitcoin without having something to have it within. Like, you know what I mean? It's only digital, so you have to have either a platform, which is just another exchange to hold it on, or you have to have a wallet, a digital wallet, or what's called cold storage. So those are your three options.
Okay, but
you got an exchange to hold it on, you got a private wallet, and then you've got cold storage, which is essentially like a USB drive where you save it on that.
Right, but if you have the private key and the public key, then you could send it to your own wallet if you had that.
Yeah, the public key is just essentially the receiving end, and the private would be the sending end. So it's not a big deal to give up your public key in the sense that people can donate to it, and they can't. It's just it's a one-way door, you know.
Right, but in theory, like I'm just looking at this site keys.lol, and in theory, if one of these had Bitcoin in it, like I said, I wouldn't do it because you're stealing someone's Bitcoin. So I don't even care. Even if I find one that said 400 Bitcoin, I wouldn't steal their Bitcoin. just morally and ethically. However, if somebody wanted to do that, they could technically do it because they have the private key.
Right, and that's what I'm trying to tell you is that they're not giving you everybody's private keys that's associated to individual wallets. They're just giving you all the possible seed phrases. From there, you probably have to put it into the proper, pick the proper 12 words and the proper arrangement,
Yeah, like on MetaMask. Okay, I have a lot of money in MetaMask. You're not getting that money unless you have that seed phrase.
Yeah, but I think that seed phrase is just your way to access the private key, which they have stored
Right.
for you.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's say I had a private key. What do you do?
I think okay. So I've done this before in what's it called, in Linux, where I made like a coin and I traded it and stuff. Like it wasn't on a real marketplace, but it was allowing me to make it and then send it to a wallet. And I remember, I think there was there was something I had to type in, and it was the address, and then there was the this key phrase. So I think depending on if you like these platforms that trade it for you or these wallets, I think they just do this and then make it available like an easy way for you. I'm trying to find that out right now. Is how you would use just a private key to send it yourself.
But Diesel is right. These websites, it's just every combination, because I'm looking at these and it's like 5KZP, you know what I mean? It's the same like beginning, and all they're doing is changing like the last 4 letters. So yeah, like these are, it is just every possible private key. And it would just be a matter of finding one that actually.
I don't even think would need that website for that, honestly,
Well, no.
once you had the first one.
Yeah, but it has addresses attached to private keys.
Right, because those are all from the ledger. Well, those are all addresses that whatever that Bitcoin is on the ledger, which is why if one of those had money in it, it would say, oh yeah, this has whatever. It would say the Bitcoin amount.
Yeah, because there's a large percentage of wallets that are just obsolete or empty completely, or even just holding fractions of Bitcoins. So, but then again, there's also 4 million Bitcoin that's seemingly gone missing since it's been minted. So,
I've lost at least 0.2 Bitcoin. That's gone forever because of me. So
yeah.
Isn't that much now, and it wasn't that much when I bought it. That's when I gave it up, the computer was fucked up, and I was like, whatever. It's only 0.1 Bitcoin. It was like $20 or something. I was like, fuck it. But then at one point, that shit was worth like 5-6 G's or something. I was like, damn, definitely could have used that.
This is Kosho's new job. He's going to be clicking on this website every day. Well, that's what was interesting about the statistics that Jeranism was doing, because he was showing how like it's unbelievably ridiculous probabilities that you would ever find one.
Well, I mean, if you had like a supercomputer set up specifically to like decode all that, like, I don't know, could be a possibility.
What's going to be his job?
I'm going to be trading like a broker for crypto exchanges.
Kosho's in the middle of getting scammed right now.
He's in stage 1.
Yeah.
So stage 1. The scamming process. I'll be completely scammed in about a month.
Just send your Bitcoin to this wallet and we'll send you back twice as much, Kosho.
Yeah, dude, I felt so stupid because I saw a video for that on YouTube. It was like a live video with Elon Musk talking to these other people about crypto, and it had like a barcode or a QR code in the corner, and I went to it, and I went to a website that it said send any of these amounts, like 1 Ethereum to 500 or 1 Bitcoin or 500, and get back double immediately. And I was like so excited about it. I was like telling my girlfriend. I went in Gems and like stopped what they were talking about. And I told them all about it. And they're like, dude, this is a scam, dude. And I was like, no, dude's got Elon Musk fucking on the video, dude. And then like I went back to it and the video was gone. It was already taken down.
There's a bunch of those. They'll play some video of like Elon Musk talking or whatever, and then it'll say like Elon Musk is doing a special giveaway right now. Like, yeah, exactly. It's just
Yeah, they were doing it with XRP, and they were taking the CEO Brad Garlinghouse of Ripple and trying to paint the narrative as if it was like legit, and yeah, it was pretty bad, dude.
Yeah, I believe it. Hook, line, or sinker.
The thing
It's
about
the Wild West, dude, when it comes to crypto right now.
Yeah. The thing about some of those that like tell you to send their money, like maybe those ones are just straight scams, but there's other ones that look like kind of a fancy website and they tell you like, oh, if you send your Bitcoin, we'll give you whatever returns. What's funny about some of those scams, some of those you might actually get some returns on them, you know, because it's like they're doing the like, what is it, steal from Peter to PayPal or whatever. So they're like getting one person's money. So they might actually pay you out like a couple times so that you think it's legit and you keep doing it until, you know, they've gotten whatever they want from you and then you'll get nothing after that.
Yeah, it's like a Ponzi scheme.
Yeah, you probably send once you send oh, if I get like $20 from the $10 thing, let me try 300.
Right, exactly.
It's not here no way.
Right, you do 100, you get 100 back. You're like, oh shit, it worked. You maybe do 200, and maybe it works again, and then whatever it is that they need to get.
No, it's an outright scam, bro.
You don't think anyone's getting anything back?
No one's getting shit, dude. But fuck. Fucking look at SPF, dude. $8 billion heist, dude. That's like the largest digital heist in fucking history, dude. And I don't know. We'll see what's gonna happen to that kid, but yeah, dude. FTX, that was fucking gnarly. You guys aware of any of that? It was essentially a digital crypto exchange, and the guy was doing just that. He was fucking robbing Peter to pay Paul, and he was getting all this endorsement and fucking
Tom Brady was
out.
in it. Yeah,
Tom Brady was in it, dude. Fucking
Mark Cuban.
The list goes on.
Wasn't Mark Cuban in it?
I don't know about him, but Shaquille O'Neal. Yeah, I think Mark Cuban was. There was a bunch of fucking. Who's that other guy from Shark Tank? Fucking O'Connor or something. I don't know. But yeah, he had some pretty like.
He might have been the one I was thinking of. I thought it was Mark Cuban. It was definitely a Shark Tank guy. Was definitely in on it. Yeah.
Right. And so he had some pretty prolific names backing it and endorsing it all. And then he was taking a lot of the money and fucking throwing it at the Democratic Party and politicians and schmoozing fucking Gary Gensler, who's the head chair of the Security Exchange Commission, all while fucking essentially bankrupt and just running off with the fucking money, dude. He stole fucking a shit ton of money.
It was Kevin O'Leary, it looks like.
Yeah, Kevin O'Leary.
It says he lost $15 million.
Who, the Shark Tank guy?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He's the bald guy, the older guy.
But he didn't lose. He didn't lose money, dude, because he actually made $6 million off the whole deal because he got endorsed. Or they gave him like 11 million or something. Gave him like 11 or 12 million to endorse it, and then he invested. What was it, 6 or whatever it was? He walked away with like at least 4 million, dude, from the deal.
How many people that had their money on FTX I know a bit about it. I've followed some of it and I know some of the basics, but how many people actually lost their money? People that had money stored on the exchange. Like, did everyone lose their money? Or that's the thing I never really knew. Like, only part of
it was just that coin, wasn't it? Wasn't it just the coin?
No, I think it was everybody on the exchange, dude.
Oh.
Yeah, he was claiming to be a fucking backed fiat backed exchange, and he had nothing, dude.
I mean, that's the thing that like everybody, it's like one's worst fear, like in any crypto exchange, is that the whole thing goes down, you lose your money. So if you have 10 grand in there or whatever you have, it's just like gone overnight, you know?
Yeah, that's what's going on with Tether right now. It's all these stable coins and shit. And like a lot of these digital exchanges will create their own coin, like Binance. You got Crow for the crypto exchange. So they create their own shit. and they're supposed to have something backing it, but who's auditing all that? Like, if you look at Tether, somebody showed up to Tether's headquarters to kind of audit them, dude, and they like were able to go back there and look at their safe, dude, and it was some janky ass fucking gun vault, fucking shitty little gun vault looking thing attached to like a drywall surface. It was like pathetic, bro. Like, and this is supposed to be like a multi-billion-dollar fucking digital exchange, dude. Like,
that
it's pretty
that
obvious, dude.
that better not be where they're holding their money at. You know how much money Tether's got back right now? Supposed to have.
But they don't. That's what I'm trying to
You
tell
can't
you.
have that in a safe, dude. You wouldn't keep that in a safe. It's in like the
They're-
billions, isn't
They
it?
don't got no money, bro. Yeah, it's in the billion. They don't got nothing, bro.
I'm not saying they're
And
not
that's why
doing
I
shady
tell
shit.
you,
I heard some bad stuff about them.
they're
Absolutely.
doing shady shit. They've been sued, fucking all sorts, dude.
Guys, be careful.
The
The
thing-
floor is wet right there.
The thing is, dude, is Bitcoin is backed by fucking Tether. They're synonymous with one another, dude. Every time you see fucking Bitcoin rise, you see Tether's capital go up. Like, and if you were to take a timeline of those two charts and overlay them, dude, like you'll see the correlation and shit. It's pretty bad, bro. And they're not even getting fucking audited yet. So once that happens, dude, we're gonna probably see another crypto crash.
Yeah, I've heard some bad shit about Tether, and the thing is, I never even heard of that FTX thing before this happened, but everyone's heard of Tether. So, I mean, if there's something wrong with that, that's going to be a big fucking problem, dude. Like, no joke problem with inside crypto.
Yeah, it'll be catastrophic.
I'm not saying it'll
for sure.
ruin it, but there's a lot of shit attached to USDT.
Definitely. I mean, I don't know what percentage of all crypto markets, but a huge percentage are USDT markets. So yeah.
Yeah, KuCoin does it. Just tons of places.
Well, I think USDC is the safest. That's where I would probably, if I was going to be in a stable coin, that's probably where I would put my money.
Yeah, I keep money in like I use the Binance Smart Chain, so I'll do like BUS. I chop it up. Like I got a little bit in BUSD, a little bit in USDC, a little bit in USDT. I don't even like having stable coins really, but I'm glad I bought some.
It's kind of pointless, dude. Honestly, dude.
Well, not really, because I bought some in the last bear market, so that actually like saved me. It saved me a lot right there.
They don't fluctuate, so I mean, I don't.
Yeah,
I don't understand.
So when the bull market hit, and I was doing good, and I put some money into those. Now I still got some of it at least.
Oh, okay.
If I had that shit in the coins I was in, I would have got rocked.
It's just a middle ground, dude, between fiat and crypto, really, dude. And it's just quicker access to buy and sell. That's all I'd ever use it for, really.
Well, some liquidity pools that I do, I have to have the coin together. It's called the LP token. So you put the coin with the crypto. So like Pancake Swap, you do Cake USDT or something. So you got to buy the same amount of each of them, and then you buy liquidity pool tokens, and then you stake that shit in the liquidity pool, and you get like a little bit of interest taken in.
Yeah, staking's cool, but it can be scary in a volatile market, dude, because it takes like X amount of days before you can solidify the transaction, the switch from liquidifying it versus staking. You know what I'm saying?
Some shit I got staked, some shit I got in liquidity pools. So, see how it turns out.
Yeah, hopefully this XRP shit gets settled soon, dude. It's gonna be fucking gnarly.
Data was in here saying, "Don't buy no XRP." The shit's mean 666 or something.
Who?
He said he put it through the gematria thing, and he said it's evil Illuminati demonic lineage shit. Flat Earth data.
Oh,
Because he told me to buy XRP, and then he was in there talking about how it's demonic and shit, and they're gonna take over the world and to give you the market.
well, yeah. I
I don't know.
mean,
He went into a whole big thing.
all cryptos, dude, is in my opinion, dude, it's the ultimate way to control a population, dude. Like, I don't think it's necessarily gonna be the best thing, but I think if you're on board before that switch fucking flips, I think, you could be set right. But I heard what he was saying. Like, you're gonna have to have like some sort of a fucking allegiancy to the elitist in order to receive your funds, even like via fucking mark of the beast. Essentially, it sounded like what he was getting at, but which could be a possibility. But are you gonna sit there and fucking gamble your financial future on a fucking story fucking Flat Earth Data gave you, or throw a couple $100 in
No,
something that could be the?
I bought $50 worth of XRP.
There you go. It's not
This
bad.
shit don't make me no interest. So whatever, if it bubbles, great. But like, it doesn't have no money. If I throw $50 into some crypto thing like that, I better be getting like, at least 2 pennies a day. I know that sounds silly, but I got a lot of pennies ticking in right now.
I'm gonna share my
All
screen
over
on
the
this.
place, dropping pennies.
I'm gonna share my screen on this video that kind of outlines Ripple within, like, I think it's 60 seconds or something. It's pretty gnarly if you haven't heard it. I'm gonna share my screen. Hold up.
I can't watch right now. I'm at work. It don't really matter though. I'm not going to sell my XRP because data came in and said it was illegal. You did gematria, bro. You can make that thing say anything you want. I can make Geo's name say, what's up, Ray? Oh, my bad. You can make anything say anything in that, can't you? In gematria? Do you guys buy that gematria thing, or what's up? I know some people do here.
Dude, it's real.
Shut up. Not too.
It's really dumb.
Well, I mean, numerology is a very real thing. It's just like gematria is just a claimed kind of more of like almost like a black magic version of numerology, where they use the numbers to time with certain events to kind of try to cause a certain effect.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm buying that whole gematria thing. Because there's different versions of it. And I mean, you can literally, if you run it through all the calculators, I mean, isn't there like a whole bunch of different ones? You could end up making anything be anything, I think, if you really wanted. Kind of like the photo of the black hole they took. They got so much data that they actually had to ship it in trucks across around, and they couldn't send it via the internet. It would have taken like 100 years or something. Anyways, they could have made any picture they wanted. They had so much data from that. Right, you buy that story? They had so much data they couldn't ship it on the internet and they couldn't send it via the internet and had to ship it in trucks, Mack trucks loaded with hard drives. That happened, right, Kosho? Well, check. If you guys fall asleep.
Was processing. I think he's madly clicking on addresses to find a private key.
Are you trying to hack people's Bitcoin? Come on, Kosho, don't be that guy. You ain't gonna get one. There's probably like 300 million pages pages. I mean, you can just enter somebody's information address in and then see what the balance is.
It's true.
How many Bitcoins are still claimed to be owned by the Satoshi Nakamoto character?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, nobody's even heard from that dude since, right?
Supposedly he's supposed to be anonymous, but I don't know. A lot of people have made fucking accusations and shit.
Yeah, then there was that guy that came out and said he was him, and they did there was a whole court case thing. This says that there 1 million Bitcoins is how many that the Satoshi Nakamoto has.
Biggest investment in the history of Earth was that $8,000 Shiba Inu purchase somebody made.
Oh, that black
right
guy?
when it came out. Right when it came out, yeah, it was worth he went from $8,000 to I don't know if it was 8 billion or 80 billion or some ridiculous number within months.
Yeah, it was a ridiculous amount, dude. He fucking cashed out. I've seen videos of that guy fucking swimming in fucking just slobs of money, dude. I forget what his name. He's some black guy.
I googled it. It says he turned 8,000 into 5.7 billion.
What does he call himself? Like crypto fucking god or some shit?
Well, it says he's still holding it. 70 trillion Shiba Inu coins.
All right.
For real though, XRP was me splurging because I wouldn't usually invest in nothing for $50 that ain't gonna make me at least a penny a day. I know that sounds petty, but if you get enough pennies a day taking it, it matters. What up, Kenny?
You know.
Oh man, get your pennies a day ticket in, bro. That shit adds up.
You hot, Mike and Jeremy?
Talking to you guys.
I'm not trying to get pennies a day, dude.
If you get 1,000 of them or thousands of them, then it's you really got to.
I know what I hold, dude.
It is kind of crazy to think how most of crypto, like the on and off ramps for so many of those coins and exchanges, are Bitcoin and Tether. So, like, if anything happens to either of those, it would cause a serious ripple in the whole system.
Oh, Tether's huge, dude. Bitcoin seems pretty solid, but Tether seems shaky. I've heard some horror stories about what's going on with these guys.
I don't know. All I know is Bitcoin and Ethereum are essentially fucking China backed and supported, and XRP isn't. And XRP actually has a logical fucking practical use case that works really good. Like multitudes better than either one of Ethereum or Bitcoin, provenly. And it's already being adopted by Swift and all sorts of other shit. So even while they got this lawsuit going on, they're still networking and being accepted and working out shit contracts. So XRP is the one, dude. I think it'll flip Bitcoin.
Bro, you think XRP is gonna be the one to do the flippening? That's what it's called,
Yeah.
the flippening. Did you know that? They think Ethereum's gonna do it, obviously, but they call it, if it ever happens, it'll be called the flippening.
Yeah. I think it's gonna happen, dude, for sure. I mean, Bitcoin doesn't really do anything, bro. It's just like that shiny golden trinket, dude, that's like nostalgic to have. That's about it.
Yo, if XRP did that shit would be dope. I got $50 worth. You know how much that would be? That'd be worth tens of thousands of dollars at the least. How many coins is there? How many XRP coins is out there total? Though that matters.
No, that's not what matters. What matters is who's gonna use XRP's liquidity pool. That's what matters, because whatever asset class or commodity uses XRP as their exchange bridge, currency, that means that token has to be equal to or worth more than the value of whatever it's being traded for on both ends. So if you wanted to go from gold to milk and used XRP as that bridge currency, then that currency, that XRP token, has to be worth equal to those combined assets or more. So once you start looking at all the different use case scenarios for XRP, dude, you start quickly seeing the potential value. I think what the fuck is his name? David Schwartz said that he projects XRP, if allowed to be legally used as anticipated, that it would be worth anywhere between $20,000 and $30,000 prior to adding debt collection and all these other asset classes. So now they're projecting it to be worth like 90,000 a token. So I don't know, man. I've heard a lot of things get thrown around, but based on logic and reasoning, dude, it makes rational sense, dude. If it's going to be used as intended, then that's what it's going to be, dude.
Well, that would be some crazy gains, though. I was just looking up, like, for XRP to get to where Bitcoin's at now, it would be about a 5 million% raise from what it's at now.
Yeah, dude. I see it happening. It resolves the liquidity issue that we're having, the liquidity crisis that we're experiencing right now. And it's something that the banks should have developed long ago to foresee this issue that we're having happening, being that the way the financial system is designed, and they didn't. And Brad Garlinghouse and the Ripple team did, and I think they're scared of the repercussions that's going to come from it. So they're trying to stifle the innovation as best and as long as possible before it all happens. And even if the US fucking declares it a security, dude, that doesn't mean that Ripple can't work outside the US, which they already are. So I think they're already networked with like over 300 major fucking countries. So, or major banks within various countries. So I don't know. Their network is extensive, dude. It's crazy. I played like a little short 60-second clip, dude. I shared my screen. I don't think anybody watched it, but it quickly goes through fucking who they're all networked with and who they have working for them.
Can you do anything with XRP now, though, in terms of utility?
No, I mean, as far as the public person goes, no. As far as banks go, yeah, I'm pretty sure they can. Will they? No. They want to wait till there's some sort of like a regulatory clarity on the on the crypto class before they start doing any sort of like transactions with it. But yeah, it's all ready to go, dude. I think it's been tested and everything, so it's yeah, if you did the number comparison based on like Bitcoin or Ethereum and shit, like it's lightning faster and for fractions of a penny compared to like tens if not hundreds of dollars to do basic transactions. So all that plays a big part. I want to say they're able to do like 3 million transactions a second. Yeah. So I don't know. There's no reason why not to use it. The only reason is the powers that be, they don't want to have their whole little fucking banking cartel fucking destroyed. Because it would make them obsolete, basically.
So you don't think XRP is part of their banking cartel or part of the banking cartel?
No, I don't think they're part of the current elite, so to speak, like the 1% wealthiest people. I think, and even if they are, then they're trying to take it all over, you know. But no, I think it's just some dudes who had some good ideas and got together and made the right connections and took the right steps and got the proper technology, dude. That's gonna fucking solve the issue. And the powers that be are fucking shaking in their boots, dude, because they know they're.
People who have ideas or products that are going to shake the world of anything, whether it's power or oil or pharmaceuticals or money, those people tend to disappear. So I'd lean more towards the idea they are part of the club, because if they weren't, I don't think they'd be part of the earth anymore.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. But the technology's already been created, and you can't destroy that. I mean, unless you're NASA or something, then you can lose it.
That's it. I think they're just, at the moment, yes, it exists, and they're just buying time to get their own house in order, so that when it does get suddenly released or unlocked by the SEC or whatever's going to happen, they're in charge of whatever follows from then on. That's the game I think they're playing. They could have rolled this out.
Yeah, I think they're filibustering the whole thing, like you said, to kind of get their ducks in a row, so to speak, and that they can acquire whatever it is they need to acquire prior to the public, the majority being aware.
Yeah, make sure the CBDCs are all controlled by them in their network under their supervision, and everything's all one and uniform and homogenized, and so that then the little guy, he just got to fall into line and do as he's told.
I think that's precisely what happened the other day. I saw something regarding the central banks accepting or adopting XRP's use case to put into practice, and like by a certain date or something.
Yeah.
So it's already slowly being adopted and acquired by the private sectors.
Yeah, I'm just curious how they're going to transition across. Like if you look at all the other crypto, all the little shit coins and all the different chains and everything, ultimately it all relates back to USDC or USDT or whatever. It's all pegged to the US dollar. So
no, not necessarily. Not necessarily, dude. I mean, you have like a lot of gold-backed fintech.
So yes. So if you want to, sorry, Sorry, I'll explain it better. If you want to convert something back to real world money where you can pay your power bill or go on a holiday, you've ultimately got to convert it back to fiat one way or another, which for the most part is somehow related to US dollar value. So once this CBDC thing comes in, is that going to be? How's it going to relate to real world? Like the value of these shit coins, how's it going to translate in spendable value if you want to convert it back into some, real world outworking of the wealth? Have I explained that properly? You know what I mean? Like right now, you've got to trade your crypto back to US dollars somehow, so you can go to the bar and buy a scotch, okay, well, whiskey. And
so either you
a certain amount of Doge is worth a certain amount of US dollars once you convert it all back and turn it back into money, and then you can go and buy a bottle of scotch. I'm curious how that's all going to be.
No, I think you'll still be using cash. I just think as far as doing like wire transfers and things like of that nature, like it's just going to be done differently using crypto. So it's going to be for like larger transactions and stuff like that. That's kind of how I see it. Not that you won't be able to, just how you use like your Apple iPhone to make, digital purchases. Like I'm sure there'll be something similar to that as well, without having to use fiat. Fiat's fucking on a downtrend, and anybody that has money knows that. So like, why would you want to have $10 million sitting in a fiat bank account when it's gradually declining and over a course of decades is gonna decrease rather than increase? So anybody that has money sees the trend with that and doesn't put their money in, institutes that are of the conventional kind.
You reckon it's found the bottom now, or is it going to go further?
I mean, I don't have a crystal ball, but I don't see it going.
Yeah, no, just your sentiment. Just your sentiment. What have you seen or heard, or what do you think?
Well, I hear a lot of like fear porn against Ripple, from like a lot of these Bitcoin maximalists, and which kind of tells me that that there could be some information that we're not necessarily aware of, which could be in favor for Ripple. And if that's the case, then I think we're going to see a huge increasing trend with the market. But yeah, not to say that there's not going to be any more crashes. I think there's going to be a lot more crashes coming. But I still think it's a great time to get in and just know what you have, dude. There's a lot of shit coins out there, so you just got to do the proper researching and making sure that you got something that's practical.
Yeah, so I've donated enough of my wealth into shitcoins. I'm not doing it anymore.
Yeah, don't jump on the bandwagon with the hype. If the mainstream's pumping it, dude, then chances are it's probably just a gimmick.
Yeah, any knowledge that everyone knows about isn't worth knowing.
Yeah. So like I said, just look at the use case scenario and make sure that it's something that makes sense and actually serves a purpose. I don't know. There's a long list of ones that I think, but I guess it's kind of subjective to others. So
yeah.
But yeah, I think XRP is going to be the one. So that should tell you where I'm at. You're breaking up. What was that?
That's right. Yeah, that's right. Bought it, sold it. You know, and all the hype. Oh, it's going to go to $2. It's going to go to $5. It's going to go to $10. It's going to go to $1,000. There's just people just talk garbage all the time in the crypto world. You know, to me, just don't listen to anything. Do your own research. Don't listen to anything on Twitter or Instagram or even Telegrams.
Yeah, you got to look at the facts and shit. You know what I'm saying? Because yeah, you're right. There's a lot of people trying to give their own personal opinion, and most of the time, a lot of these people haven't taken the time to even look into it, you know, deeply themselves. So you got to find somebody that's really interested in that protocol, that particular protocol, and has invested significant hours of time in understanding what's at hand, and see what their, you know, logical rationale is upon the matter, rather than just taking somebody's biased opinion because they own Bitcoin versus something else. And
yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
just because he's got 100,000 followers doesn't mean he knows anything.
Right. You know, I see a lot of that going on just in general with people's beliefs and stuff versus the logic at hand, and they quickly cling to their beliefs versus what's practical and logical. So common sense is kind of out the window, I think, in these days.
Yeah.
And that's why I say it's, you know, fairly subjective on what you feel is a safe investment versus the next guy. I think you got to look at where your logic lies, you know. I mean, we got people out here that believe in gravity and think light's a fucking particle wave duality. So, and they'll swear to it. You know, they'll die by it. So I don't know, man.
Yeah.
Not that I deny the phenomena of things falling when you drop them, but I don't think there's a force of gravity.
It's the mechanism that's up for discussion, not the effect.
Well, yeah, man. What's up?
I was watching things on that something on that double slit experiment, and how the photons or whatever it is behave differently when they're being observed, and that just makes no sense.
Yeah, isn't that funny? They're giving
mind blowing.
Yeah, they're giving conscious awareness to inanimate objects.
Are these photons, are they sentient, or like? And I mean, genuinely, are they sentient? Whatever it is, there's just so much that we don't have the faintest idea about.
Yeah, or
yes,
a lot of it depends on how you're perceiving it too. Like if you're looking at it from their perception, if you're looking at it through the lenses of an atomistic materialist, then yeah, everything's going to be confounding and perplexing. And you know, this is why they call things dark matter, because you know, it's dark and mysterious and unexplainable to them, and only makes sense through their mathematics, but not through any observation. So they're all just materialists, man, looking to quantize everything into discrete particle interactions and violate natural order and logic, and for a belief system. So light's not a particle or a wave or an emission or does it have a speed? It's neither of those things. It's just the disturbance within the medium, that being the ether, and what quantum would call the quantum background or quantum foam.
So is there a disturbance? You're talking like a vibration or what? What's the what sort of disturbance?
Yeah, it's like no different than dropping a rock in water, where two things manifest, perpendicular to one another. That being the waves which rise out, and a drop of water which comes out from the top perpendicular vertically. And the water would be analogous to the ether, that background of pure potential medium. And the ripples would be akin to the illumination, which is what we call visible light.
Yeah. So so with light, so the source of the illumination, whether it's a light bulb or the sun or whatever, what you're saying is that is simply an agitator of the medium somehow.
Yeah, it's creating a disturbance within the medium, which is allowing this propagation of light, or an induction rather of light. Induced flow of current, if you will.
But light's the effect, isn't it? So the induction light's the effect of the vibration or the agitation.
Yeah, the visible light is the effect of the light itself.
Yeah.
And then the light is the effect of the medium disturbance. And the medium is always there, so that's how you get, what they call the hysteresis of the medium, being the luminous velocity of light being c. So, yeah. And that's how you have instantaneous action at a distance. Just transverse versus longitudinal versus scalar wave. And scalar wave actually has no wave phenomena whatsoever. So. But yeah, that's all. Just ether understanding of it. Electrical magnetic inductance with the coaxial geometry. Well, Merry Christmas to everybody out there. Hope everybody gets what they asked Santa for. I'll share my screen and watch some if anybody wants to fucking join in.
What are you watching?
For some reason, I can't talk while I'm streaming a video. I don't know why, but I'm just gonna watch. I don't know, whatever I can find. I guess maybe some ether metaphysics.
You should check out Team Ineos. They just set the land sail speed record over. I think it was 200 kilometers an hour, 220 something. Full disclosure: Team Ineos is the New Zealand America's Cup team.
Up, yo. He's here.
Hello.
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 What?
Good night. Or morning.
Just after 12, midday.
Hmm. Oh, someone said that you can't see the same stars at the same time in Australia and Brazil.
Yes, we can.
Yeah, I think that too.
I'll be right back.
I remember finding a star that we could both sight at the same time.
Yeah, I don't think there's a need to see them at the same time. Like our southern celestial pole never moves. Like it's always in the same spot.
Well, I think there's need to introduce more requirements. If something doesn't fit your worldview, you're going to start asking for more requirements.
Mm-hmm. What do you reckon, George? Do you reckon the southern celestial pole ever moves?
I met a guy this a couple days ago. He doesn't think the celestial south exists. He thinks the footage of the star trails in the southern hemisphere are forgeries. He doesn't think that's
he
the
does.
act happened in the southern hemisphere.
Of course.
I mean, I can see that. I mean, I don't see the trails, but I can see like the Southern Cross rising point towards a certain direction. And a couple hours ago, it's like rotated around that same point. The Southern Cross is always pointing to that same spot in the sky, and it moves during the night. So I mean,
I see you were streaming Ken Wheeler's pyramid explanation video, Dyslow.
have you seen Prothed's response to Tenth Man?
Yes. Yeah, you saw me in the chat, right? In the group chat.
Right. Yeah. Very, very good
Pretty
video.
funny at the end. Yeah, funny at the end though as well. I sent it to Meekin overnight, or last night, whatever. Hang on a sec, play it back as well. But I hassled Meekin the other day about celestial navigation, and he literally said, celestial navigation is so 2022.
I was trying to explain today to write the hand that the
There's your first
math.
problem.
Sorry.
So there's your first problem.
Well, I think he's. I mean, it's easier to talk to him more recently than it used to be before. But he was. I think his argument was that there's the claim that we're doing things on a sphere is it's not demonstrated just because we're doing like spherical math. Like he's saying that the math that we are using, we're only claiming it's a sphere, but the math is like independent of that.
But it's spherical trigonometry.
Right.
Yeah,
Oh,
I get his point.
It's hard to get. Like I think he was. I don't know. Maybe you should. Maybe you should have him explaining it. But as far as I understood, he thinks it's not the same thing to do it mathematically and do it like physically on the ball, and that's when something like what Perth had becomes very handy, because he just used like a physical ball to do the exact same thing.
Yeah. Yeah, the horsepower analogy at the end was pretty good.
Yeah.
Any plus want to tell us what's actually preventing them from doing an example of celestial navigation? Or you just don't want to?
Deathman?
Anyone. Any bluff. Sounds like no one wants to.
Hey, if it was possible, I would have converted, done it to get the $10,000 and converted back.
I don't think. I mean, you guys familiar with Trillon's model?
Yeah, sort of.
Right. So it's basically a transformation that turns the whole universe into a cylinder. And
that wasn't my understanding. All right.
Oh, what was your understanding?
No, it's vague. Yeah.
Right. Well, he details on his website how his model works.
Okay.
So, right, the hand's here. So maybe he can clarify what he was trying to say earlier today.
Yeah. Bacon said you accept that spherical trigonometry is used to work out, circles.
I didn't say that.
Okay, sorry.
Right. Well, I said that it doesn't accept that the math we're doing is as equivalent to doing it on a ball. At least that's what I understood from it.
Okay. Do you want to explain by the hand?
Not you, George.
I would like to know.
George turned in anyway.
What
You're breaking up, George. Sorry.
Trigonometry is first.
Okay.
Yeah, but what is this thing?
It's just me or he's breaking up?
No, it's
I've
George.
got him turned down.
Try reconnecting, George.
George said the other day, and I quote, "The celestial sphere is not a sphere."
Well, I actually heard that many times. Not surprised by that.
He's not wrong.
Oh, what is it then?
I just said if you go per definition and have the celestial sphere with an infinite radius, and that's a sphere, a sphere with infinite
It
radius.
doesn't say infinite radius. It says arbitrarily large radius.
Okay, so let's just put it at infinity. A sphere with infinite radius would be a plane, right?
It literally just said, right, that it says an arbitrarily large radius, and then you go and put it to infinity.
Well, there is no the celestial sphere. The celestial sphere you get out of the almanac is centered at the center of the Earth. But the celestial sphere you get out of, for example, Stellarium, is centered where the observer is. So you have a different right ascension declination for the moon, for example, depending on where you put the observer in Stellarium. So I think it's arguable. Sorry?
I thought right ascension and declination was the same, but obviously you get slightly different. Oh, you're saying it actually centers around like topocentric R8 and deck? I didn't think it did.
Yeah, it did, and I figured that out because it was getting off. Because I just jumped into Stellarium and I was getting the right ascension declination right from the observer was, which I set up my Stellarium to be in the 0, coordinates.
Okay.
And it was giving me a different right ascension declination than the almanac, and I didn't notice that because I was just using Stellarium. So yeah, unless you put the observer right below the celestial body, it might not match. Yeah.
I call that probably.
So I think it's fair to say that the celestial sphere, given that it's not like a three-dimensional sphere, it's just a spherical mapping. So you have right ascension and declination coordinates. You don't have distance coordinates, which for example, if you wanna how can I explain that? Right, you have a field of view, and if you want to assign to each point of your field of view a azimuth and an elevation, those are spherical coordinates, right? As azimuth and elevation, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you get the azimuth and elevation of two celestial bodies, the way you get the angular distance between them is the Haber sign formula. But that sphere that it forms, it doesn't have a radius, right? It's centered at your eyes, but there's no set distance for that sphere. It's just a bunch of directions all around you. Yeah, so it's not like a physical sphere that has a radius, but it can be described using spherical coordinates.
It's a circle of a circle.
Yes, sorry, George.
plane.
We're gonna have to wait till your internet's better.
Not a sphere.
I'll be right back. Why is it so quiet?
Oh, good question. That's it's quiet because George's connection is bad. Otherwise,
Valid.
yeah. But I think in that case, I prefer quiet. Otherwise, we would be debating that you can have an angle between a straight line that is tangent to a surface in another line. Oh, I was asked a question today. I didn't know exactly how to answer. How would you answer? Where does the 60 nautical miles per degree come from?
Yeah, meridian arc measurements. So like measuring the change in angle from the sun.
Can you be more specific?
They literally, you know the Eratosthenes thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they literally did that more and more accurately in the 900s, 1000 AD, thereabouts.
Oh, so they actually measured how much the angle was changing with distance.
Yes. Yeah.
Right. To how far? How was like the
I'm
extent
not
of
sure how
that?
far they did it.
Right.
Don't know.
Have you seen what Jesse did with the 6 nautical miles per degree? Jesse Gordon.
Jesse Gordon, what did he do?
Well, you're probably aware that if you get 4 points that are far enough away from each other, the distance you get between each pair of those 4 points do not fit a plane anymore. So if you get the distance from Google Earth and you try to put 4 points on a plane that has those same distance, they don't fit, right?
Yeah, yeah. Like there's an animated GIF where it has 4 flights and it puts them in tries to put them in a rectangle with 2 cross things.
Yes.
And they don't fit, and you got to put it on a sphere. Yeah.
Yes. Exactly. Yeah. So with the 60 nautical miles per degree, you can have a person in one of those points, and a celestial body overhead another point, and get the distance based on the 60 nautical miles per degree.
Okay.
And if you get the same distances as you get from Google Earth, then you're going to have the same problem. So claiming the 6 nautical miles per degree, if you combine that with some observations that would give you those distances, it no longer fits a flat Earth. But instead of just doing that mathematically, which is what I did, which doesn't convince a lot of people, what Jesse did was to get those measurements from Stellarium, and then he turned those nautical miles into inches. So he scaled down those distances and physically made some plastic like tapes with those distances scaled down, and he scaled down in such a way that if you would match his physical globe. So when he connected those plastic pieces, those plastic stripes, yeah, they wouldn't fit a plane. They would some of them would like be bulging out. And then when he puts over his globe, it fits perfectly.
Nice. I like it.
Yeah, it's a much better.
Yeah, than maths. Yeah.
I mean, I
More
feel
physical.
else compelled by this kind of arguments if it's just mathematical. Like I don't need the physical thing because I know it doesn't make any difference.
Yeah. It's like Prototype doing the compare compasses on the actual physical. Maybe more intuitive for our fellow flirts.
Yeah.
Oops. Hold on. You want some sushi, bro? No. It's like
Hey, Kool-Aid, what's up? Kool-Aid? All right. So, yeah, I asked Rohit this question, so I'm going to ask you too. How do we know 60 nautical miles per degree? Where was it measured? Does it only come from the acknowledgement of the Earth being a sphere with a certain radius? Where does it come from?
Who did you ask?
I'm asking Kool-Aid. He's answering me on the text chat. He can't speak, but he can type. So we have this hybrid communication. Right. Well, Ruth mentioned some measurements that were taken using the distance to the sun. But I don't know much about that, and I think neither does he. But I think he said that was in the 1900s, and I think nautical mile is older than that.
900 to 1000 AD, thereabouts.
Right.
I'm trying to find some history of it.
Right. Yeah, well, Kool-Aid joined and I asked him the same question as I asked you, just to see what kind of answer I can get from more than one person. But yeah, I think we none of us know a lot about exactly how we got there. But I didn't know about the measurement you cited. You mentioned. But I think I know what he's mentioning, which is like because the nautical mile didn't have an exact value, like since ever. It changed. It was once like 1853.25, and changed to 1853, and then I think currently is 1852 meters.
Yes.
Which I don't understand why, given that like the most precise would be 1853, not 1852. If you use the average radius, at least.
Okay. So is it 10,000 divided by yeah, no, 1852. 1852 is closest.
No, I don't think so. Oh, what average radius are you using?
Yeah, 10,000 kilometers, 5,400 nautical miles.
That's rounded.
Yeah, 1852. Yeah.
If you use like the average radius is 6371.
Oh yeah, but the going by sort of how can I say it? The perfect perfect nature, like it was meant to be 10,000 kilometers from the pole to the equator, and if that equates to it's ignoring the elliptic shape, right?
Right.
It's literally 10,000 divided by 5,400.
Right. Yeah, I mean, like if you want to use. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, if you take into account the elliptic nature, it might be different.
Right. Yeah. Well, I would think the natural value to use would be from the average radius. Sorry?
I meant elliptical, not quite an ecliptic.
I didn't understand that.
Oh, I said ecliptic rather than elliptical.
Oh, right. Oh, I understood as elliptical anyway.
Yes.
The context helped.
Yes.
Which is how I learn a lot of words here. Sometimes I hear a word that I don't know what it means, but like given the surrounding words, it kind of reveals itself.
You see the link I posted, Alma Moon.
Oh, let me take a look.
Yeah, by using a rope to measure the distance traveled due north or south on flat desert land until they reached a place where the altitude of the North Pole had changed by 1 degree. And that was in 830 CE. And there were a few later, more accurate measurements.
Oh, what was the, oh. What is CE? 830
CE.
CE.
The CE is same as AD. So you know AD is Anno Domini, the year of our Lord. CE is Common Era. So it's just it's a more secular way of saying AD.
AD
Unless,
is after or before Christ?
yes, yeah. So
Oh,
CE is just a non-religious way of saying AD.
Okay, but is that after or before Christ?
After. So yeah, there's
After.
before Common Era, BCE, before Common Era, and CE.
Oh, if it was before, you would be before Eratosthenes, right? So, yeah.
Yeah.
That would be the best, the first radius measurement, not. But anyway.
So they've got Biruni, Al Biruni, in about 1000 AD doing his measurement, but his was simply a cheat, like a shortcut, so that you don't have to like pace out or measure out 69 miles. That's literally all it is. He was just being a smartass.
Oh, sorry, what did he do?
Al Biruni just measured the angle to the horizon and worked out a radius from that. But he had no idea what refraction was, yet his results matched the previous measurements where they actually physically measured the distance. And there are reasons to think that he did actually fudge it to match.
Right.
I've been meaning to make a video on them for quite a long time, but can't be fucked.
Yeah, I always heard you saying Al-Biruni's method is shit.
It is, yeah, because he ignored it. It has a bigger margin of error, right? If your measuring instrument is off by an arc minute, it has a bigger effect on the radius than like a meridian arc measurement being off by an arc minute.
I mean, if I'm measuring the drop to the horizon where it's supposed to be, let's say, 3 arc minutes, and I get 3 arc minutes wrong, that's an infinite radius right there.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Yeah, it makes sense. Very sensitive to error.
Yes.
Oh, I have another question for Kool-Aid. Does I thought there was some correction for the moon, the parallax of the moon in the almanac, because the
Yes, there
distance
is.
to the moon varies. Oh, is there?
There is, yeah.
Right. What
horizontal
can I
parallax.
find it? Oh, horizontal, like the azimuth?
No, like it's just called horizontal parallax for some reason. I'll show you a thing from the almanac. One sec.
Right. Because I mean, I already applied moon parallax correction, but I did it like my way. I almost never follow anything from
the
like
almanac.
yes, not just the almanac. Like I don't follow any method, any specific method you would find on the internet. I just do like, well, if we live on a globe, then I should do this, and then I do that. You know.
I'll just post that in a second. Oops, big hole. HP. Yeah. So it'll be it's like 54 minutes, and you do the cosine, I guess, cosine of the elevation angle.
That's the compact version.
Yeah, but see the column on the moon. It's got declination, D, and HP.
Just give me a second.
Well, you can actually look in the bottom of the middle. It's got horizontal parallax for Venus and Mars, which is fuck all. I don't even know why they put it in there.
Right. Where's the moon one?
The moon, so about 2/3, 3/4 of the way across. Got HP column.
HP column.
Yeah. There's moon, and then underneath moon, it's got HP. It's got HP.
Sorry, I think I'm blind. Give me a sec.
Also.
Oh, right, in the bottom right corner.
No. Top,
Yeah,
like
no.
across the top, about 3/4 of the way across. HP.
What do you
column.
mean across?
From left to right. I'll circle it, don't worry. Hold on.
Okay, yeah, I found it.
I got it. Cool.
Sorry, yeah, I found. Okay, HP, yeah, moon HP. Get it.
Yeah, HP. So that's horizontal parallax, and you do the cosine of the elevation angle to get it proportional. Can any first tell us why we do that? Could it have anything to do with the moon being really close compared to everything else?
That's what I try to explain to Ryder and some other people recently.
Okay.
That the moon looks closer, and it has to be accounted for in celestial navigation, but not the other celestial bodies.
Yeah. But yeah, can you see the bottom center where it's got horizontal parallax for Venus and Mars?
Yes, 0.1 and 0.2.
Yeah, which is pointless, right? But it's there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. And he's also does it say what's the angular size of moon and the sun? So
SD? SD. So in the at the bottom of each moon table there's a semi-diameter. So if you align the bottom of the moon with the horizon, yeah, then you got a semi-diameter.
that, right. And if you get the top, you subtract it.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Right. Or you do like me, and you don't have to worry about that.
Do it center.
Yeah, if you think about why using a artificial horizon, you don't need to correct for parallax. Like why you measuring to the center? I mean, you're aligning the moon with the moon. Why is that the measurement to the center? But if you think about it, the reflection of the moon and what you're looking at directly, they're a mirrored version of each other. So when you align them, you're not aligning all of them, because you're aligning the top of the moon to the bottom of the moon in the reflection. The lower limb is actually matching the upper limb. So you're not measuring the angle towards. Sorry?
I'd have to draw that. Would you be measuring the angle to the center then?
Yes, because the center
Okay.
point is the only place where they actually overlap.
Nice.
So
And
what you
I
guys
even,
go ahead,
sorry.
Bacon. Sorry.
No, go ahead. Go. I wasn't going to say anything.
What you guys are discussing is the exact reason Nathaniel Bowditch moved to America and wrote the book, The American Standard Practical Navigator, which is the current standard that all North America uses. Is he was noticing the parallax with the moon, and the old tables didn't work correctly.
So for a while there was no correction for the parallax in the moon?
There was. It was just wrong.
Oh, right. Did they had the wrong distance?
I don't remember what was wrong about it, but
Right. I wonder what happens if you use the average distance. How much would that? How much bad could that get? I don't think it would push you off too much. I
I'm
think it would be
seeing horizontal parallax of 57 minutes, 59 or 60.
very bad.
So the 60 horizontal parallax of 60 is the max, it seems, and then gets down to 54.0. Yeah. So 6.5 minutes, 6 miles. Yeah. So 3 got by 3 with an average distance.
But of course, we know celestial navigation only works on a flat Earth, except for all of these things.
Yeah, except for no one even fucking attempting it. Oh, no, sorry. Brian Lakey attempted it.
So there's
Corey, I've got to send you Protothad's video then, just for shits and giggles.
Will do.
Post in the chat.
Have you ever heard of the Golden Globe race?
The Golden Globe race? No.
So it's a sailboat race. It's currently ongoing. The leader just reached Australia, but it uses the same racetrack more or less as the Vendée Globe. Starts in Les Stade Orleans, France, rather than Vendée, but you know, all things being the same, considering it's a circumnavigation race, it's the same course. What's unique about this race is they are racing using old techniques. The only GPS on board is one that's in a lockbox, only to be opened for emergencies, and the EPIRB's beacon on the emergency life raft. There is so all they're doing is celestial navigation.
That's fantastic. What's it called again? The Golden Globe race.
Correct. Yeah. If you
think
just type in GGR, it should come up too.
Yeah, I got it.
I know it'd be a long video, but do you think anyone strapped a GoPro to the front of their boat and recorded their travel?
I doubt that very much.
So
why?
Given it,
I mean, I don't know why you would doubt that right off the bat, but yeah.
How many days of footage do you think that'll be?
Yeah,
over
300. 300?
Yeah.
Oh, well, that is longer than I thought.
Yeah, they're using
wow.
they're using old slow boats. It's a recreation of the 1918 race. So
even the Vendée Globe one, because that's just around Antarctica, right?
No. And
how
the Vendée
long
Globe,
does it take for the Vendée?
42 days.
Yeah, it's still a pretty long time.
Yeah, the Vendée Globe, they also do have multiple YouTube channels. They gave daily updates. Most would stream for about an hour or so a day. One of the best ones that has maintained their channel is Pip Hare Racing, Piphare. You can find her on YouTube. She is a 60-year-old grandmother whose rudder fell off in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, and she was able to repair it by herself at sea. She's a badass woman.
I think I found her. Pip Hare Ocean Racing. Yeah.
Yep.
Hey, yeah, she's the grandma for sure. Vendée Globe highlights, 7 minutes of highlights. That's cool.
Yeah, and then if you want something with a little more higher production quality, he didn't finish the Vendée Globe, but he will. He's already got a new boat and will be doing it again. There's the Alex Thompson Racing. He was on board the Hugo Boss, obviously sponsored by Hugo.
Alex Thompson Racing, you said?
Yeah.
Let's see what I get. Alex Thompson Racing. Got it. I'll check him out.
But these are all people who, would live stream the Vendée Globe. The Vendée is easier because it's a modern race and they had upload and download. The Golden Globe, they have no download. They can only upload.
Yeah, I'm seeing all the rules to it. Holy shit.
Right. For every liter of heating fuel that they burn, they get a 15-minute time penalty. They're serious about this race.
Fucking insane.
I guess we are not talking about moon parallax age at this moment, right?
Who is it? GoldenGlobeRace.com. What are they called again? Sections. Site. GoldenGlobeRace.com. Broken sextants and time take their toll. He broke his sextant. That's unfortunate.
I know many of the boats have the new Briss sextant. I don't know if you've ever played with one of these or even heard of it.
No, never.
It is a sextant with no moving parts. It was invented by this man named Sven Yinderman. He is still alive and still uploading videos of his handcrafted boats to YouTube.
Cool.
He's really, really cool dude.
How does his sextant work?
Does it even have a spirit level in it?
No.
Does that count as a moving part?
No, that would count as a moving part for this. It doesn't. It's okay. So it's a couple pieces of glass that reflect the sun back and forth. So when you look through it, there is 4 apparent suns, and you've already got the reflection angle. So as soon as they kiss the horizon, you know where it is. The sextant is so small, you clip it onto your sunglasses or your reading glasses if you're old like me, and that's the way you use it.
Say it, I think.
It's called Briss, is BRIS. It's the Swedish word for wind.
Okay. Oh, wow. Okay.
I've always thought a debunker talking with him would make a really great video, so.
Oh, that's interesting. Is there a name? What was the name of the sextant?
Briss, BRIS.
Can you type that online?
I'll type it in the main chat.
Right.
There you go.
Thank you.
As acknowledgement for that sextant, they actually named a island off the coast of Antarctica after him.
Jesus.
Well, what's the precision of it? This sextant? You happen to know that?
It doesn't say, does it? I want to see it.
Yeah. He has check out his YouTube channel. He's got a video on there where he actually details all the math and how to use it.
There we go.
Right. Yeah.
And I believe, at least the model that I played with, it's only good for using the sun because of the opaque glass. Nothing else can be seen.
All right.
Right.
Oh, very cool. Very cool.
What about the moon?
Maybe a full moon. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Bacon.
Because
I don't know.
I only took I mean, I took some star sites, but most of my sites were moon sites and sun sites because it is very, very difficult to pair a star with reflection on water.
Yeah, I imagine.
First of all, you have to align with one of those two first, and after you align with one of them first, you can't move your sextant too much, otherwise you lose that star. And it's very hard to find its pair on either water on the sky without losing the other one, because you can't see a very big portion of the sky from the telescope. You can only see like a very small section. So it's hard to say if you're actually seeing its reflection or if you're pairing the reflection to some other star.
Yeah.
It's very, very
Almost
difficult.
like you have to cheat, actually.
Sorry?
You've kind of got to cheat and just say, look, if I know what angle I'm expecting approximately.
Yes, yeah, that helps. I did that once, like try to preset the angle to the expected value. So when I point to the reflection, the other part has already the star close to where. Yeah. But the only successful time I did with a star was, I think, with Betelgeuse because it's more yellowish. So you can't confuse it with other stars because they're more like whitish or bluish. I mean, none of that would be a problem if I had a horizon.
True.
But
Or a
unfortunately,
theodolite or a, yeah.
if I
Get a
try to
theodolite
look at
taken,
one,
John. Get
I
a
see
theodolite,
walls.
come on.
Yeah. Yeah, theodolite would be ideal. And then you can't complain. People can't complain like you're using a flat baseline. No, you're not. You're measuring directly from the zenith.
Yeah. My wife looked at the yellow theodolite box in the garage the other day and said, "What's that?" And I said, "It's a toy." What's it for? I said, bloody flat Earth bullshit, whatever. Yeah. I did try to explain to her what it actually does, and she just fucking glazed over. All right. Yeah.
I wonder if the oblateness have any impact on the azimuths.
The what, sir?
If the oblateness have any impact on the azimuth. I don't think so. I'm not sure actually. That's quite hard to figure out. No, it probably doesn't.
It would be real hard to measure a very small number if it did.
Right. Well, here's the thing. I know that the oblateness doesn't affect the elevation. I mean, it would affect elevation if we were using geocentric latitude.
Sorry, I had a chat. Were you talking to me or someone else?
I was talking to Doc, but yeah, I'm asking myself if the oblateness affects the azimuths.
Yes. Yeah, it does. The azimuths of Vincenti are slightly different to azimuths from Havasine, yeah.
Azimuths from what?
From Vincenti formula. So the formula you get to get the distance over the ground on an ellipsoid.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, but the azimuths you get out of that are different to the azimuths from straight Havasine, like initial azimuths.
Well,
not by very much.
But if I think about it, your zenith is the same in both spherical and ellipsoid. If you're in the same geodetic latitude, the zenith is the same.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, you're talking about an elevation angle to a star. I'm talking about like
No.
an azimuth to a point on the surface.
Yeah, azimuth to a star.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Would the azimuth be the same? Probably yes.
Yeah, because I can't think of like all the elevations being the same.
Yeah.
The north would also be the same because the change is only in the latitude, so it shouldn't affect where north is. So if the elevations are the same and the north is the same, then it's the same view of the sky. So you should get the same azimuth to the stars, not necessarily to the surface.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Are we going to do some stuff? Do some washing and shit like that. So I'll be back later. Have fun.
See ya.
Later, Ruhev.
Oh, what kind of method do you use for celestial navigation? Do you use those plotting sheets or do you do something else?
Plotting sheets are the easiest.
Right. Yeah, I never tried one of those.
It lets you skip out a couple of really tedious steps.
Mm-hmm. Like what method? What other method would have tedious steps?
That's the one I can do reliably. I've looked at the math behind yours, and I understand the math in theory, but I can't do it quickly in practice.
Oh, mine? Yeah, mine definitely can't be done quickly in practice. It's meant for computers to do. But the way, okay, I can try to explain the way I do it. I mean, you said you understand, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I think so.
Well, my method changed, so I'm not sure which version of it you're.
It's been a while. But if you want some hands-on practice, there's a really good free video game called Free Sail that lets you actually look through a sextant, get your readings, and then plot it on a plotting sheet.
Does the video game you use the plot sheet in the video game or you use the in real life?
Either way, they have one in real life, or you can pull one out. They have one in the video game, or you can pull one out in real life. It's running Stellaris in the background, so all of the stars and the star fields are correct in what you will actually find.
It's running what in the background?
Still, is it Stellaris? No, Stellarium.
Stellarium. Right.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And the best part about it is it's free, so download it, play with it, and then delete it.
Cool. Yeah, I think you mentioned that game before. I'll know.
It's what I'm using to. They have a tournament going on for the GGR.
They have what?
They have a tournament going on for the GGR. It's a virtual regatta. So I'm virtually sailing alongside the actual regatta fleet. I'm currently 5th in the world on it. So.
Wow. Nice.
Hopefully, it turns out there's a couple $1,000 for a first prize. So.
Oh, really? What about the fifth place? Does he have a reward too?
I don't even know if at that point it might be a little too low. I think it's just top 3.
All right.
You'll know when I win because everybody will start getting super chats.
Nice. Yeah, currently the software that I wrote can do celestial navigation, also only from azimuths, if you want to. If you have like 2 azimuth readings, it can spot your location like that. Or you can combine like an azimuth with an elevation. Also works.
Are you using the ephemeris for your star locations, or
No. Yeah, I have a version 2.0 of my software, but it's not online yet. That does use indirectly some ephemerises, but the current one doesn't. It only has a snapshot of the star's locations from a specific moment, and assumes that that doesn't change. So you won't be able to work with the moon and the sun and the planets, only with the stars in the almanac.
sure?
And
I mean, that makes sense. They don't change that much throughout a
couple
few months
years
or
at least. Yeah. Well, yeah. In a couple months, you can get like, I guess, 10th of an arc minute difference. But yeah, I got the snapshot from July 1st, 2022. I think. So that's the day in which my tool becomes the most precise. And I get those right ascension declinations from Stellarium, and then the website works off of that. But you also have the option of manually putting the right ascension declination. So if you have that, then you can put planets and whatever, as long as you have the right ascension declination. If you don't input them, then the website's gonna try to find between those 59 stars. The same stars you have in the album.
All right, I got to get back to training this dog. We'll talk to you
All right.
later.
See ya. Hey, Jesse.
Hey, how's it going?
I'm going well. What about you?
Oh, not too bad.
Yeah, have I shown you the app I created to plot small circles?
To do what?
Plot small circles.
I'm not sure.
In that software you can well, plot small circles. You know what a small circle is?
No, I don't. I don't even know what a big circle is.
Well, there aren't big circles. I mean, you know what a great circle route is?
Oh, I do know what a great circle is. A great circle route.
Right. What do you reckon a small circle is?
Oh, I don't know. Is it like following a line of latitude or something?
That is a small circle. But to be more precise, a small circle is something like a circle of equal altitude. It's just a
Oh,
circle
I
around a
see, I
point.
see. Okay.
Right. A great circle route is a small circle with the radius being half the circumference.
Got it. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, all circles of equal altitude are small circles. Called small. That's the concept of a small circle. If you chop a piece of a sphere, if you slice with a plane, what you're left with is a small circle. Yeah. So what I'm doing now is to add to my Discord bot the option to generate some images like that. Like, oh, show me a circle like this or like that. But I'm also adding points and lines, like create a straight line between this coordinate and that coordinate, and it would draw and render and send it back to you. Not sure if that's going to be useful, but I want to do that anyway. But yeah, what about that? The new set of distances to check if they're complete.
Oh, with the water frozen, there's still not running water at the house. I forgot to grab the bigger calipers while I was at my shop.
Right. Well, just checking.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe I should do that myself.
Oh.
But if you
Well,
want to do that, that would be preferable.
Yeah, it's pretty handy when you have a caliper that measures to the nearest thousandth of an inch.
Yeah. I'm not sure if that makes like a hell of a difference for this.
It might not on that one.
Yeah. But you have a physical globe.
Oh, you haven't?
I have a volleyball.
Oh, okay. Well, it would be nice to have it match a globe.
Yeah.
Yeah, I should be back at my shop in the next day or two anyway.
Right. Okay. Oh, that's where your globe is?
No, that's where my 8-inch digital calipers is.
Oh, right.
Are.
Okay. Yeah, it's not as beautiful as a rectangle as the one you get from the US points.
It shouldn't matter much.
Yeah. Yeah, I did the math for how much it differs. And I don't remember what it was. Let me take a look. The diagonal calculator. Yes, I was using the wrong value for a nautical mile. And I realized I was using the wrong value for several months.
Oh.
Not that it matters, but
Oh, so was mine not off then?
yes, I think yours was correct.
Oh, okay.
Because I remember I read about the nautical mile value, and I remember that they started using the rounded value. So they defined a specific size in meters, an exact number of meters for the nautical mile. And what I did, I used the average radius turned into a circumference divided by 360, and then by 60, and that gave me 1853. So I assumed that was the value of a nautical mile, but it turned out it isn't. I mean, but it doesn't really matter. If you had a Earth twice as big, you'd get. I mean, not for celestial navigation, at least. Size of the Earth doesn't matter. Do you know about that?
What's that?
The size of the Earth doesn't matter for celestial navigation.
Oh, right. Just the fact that it's a globe. A degree is a degree, right?
Yes, yeah. A nautical mile is simply a alias for an arc meter of the surface. Doesn't matter how much that represents in real life.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Okay. I thought I read on Wikipedia that it was only exactly that at certain latitudes.
Mhm.
And
That's
then
true.
and then a nautical mile was not exactly the same as an arc minute in other places, but close.
Yeah, in terms of like physical distances, that's correct. But in terms of the process of celestial navigation, you don't even have to convert degrees into nautical miles or anything. You can just work with angles. So distance instead of nautical miles, you can say it's instead of 6 nautical miles, you can say it's 60 arc minutes far. And the oblateness actually doesn't play a role in it. It might sound like it does, but it doesn't.
So I'm trying to fix up a worksheet here to make a graph which shows the lines of the tangent lines of celestial navigation dip correction.
I'm sorry, I was talking to my brother. Can you say that again?
I'm busy here trying to fix up a worksheet that will let me draw the lines, all the lines of the tangent lines of dip correction angles for different heights, for a range of different heights.
Right.
Because I tell people that the dip angle correction formula plots a curve, but they don't get it.
Right. All right. Yeah, well, I'll share what I did if you want to take a look at it. I did some plotting. Oh, that's actually not a plot, it's just a table of values. So I showed that if you use a geometrical dip correction for Earth that is 7/6 radius big, you get the same values of the almanac.
Okay, where am I looking?
I'm gonna send it on Livestream on text. It's not like a plotting thing, but it was meant to show that if you go to the almanac, you're gonna get those same values.
What am I looking at?
The thing I sent last.
What's the picture I'm looking at? Yeah.
Yeah, the circle with the triangle and the calculations on the right.
Could you make that iterate so that it draws that dip line, but from a series of different heights, like say 1,000 meters and 2,000 meters and 3,000 meters and 4,000 meters, or whatever, to show that it's forming a curve, that the tangent points are forming a curve.
Oh, I think I get what you said. Like, all right.
Yeah, because people look at the square root and they don't realize that that implies the curvy part of a parabola.
Right. Yeah, well, I have to use a different formula, right? Because that one is specifically driven by a sphere or a circle. And it's not the same as the almanac uses. The almanac
Oh.
uses the one you mentioned, which is the square root.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well,
okay.
I actually don't have the file that generated the image anymore.
Oh, okay.
But it wouldn't take me longer to do that again.
It's no big deal.
I think around 15 minutes I can do it again if you
Oh,
want to.
only if it's no trouble. It'll save me from having to do it.
Right. Okay, I can do it. Do it right now.
What's that?
I'll try to do it right now as fast as I can because I have to leave in a couple of minutes. Let me see if I can speed run it. See how long it takes me. What range of okay? I need the formula for dip that you want me to use. Do you have that?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So if you can post that, then I'll use it. And I also need the units.
Yeah, it's minutes per, or minutes, arc minutes times the square root of the height in observer height in meters.
B7. B7 is what?
Observer
Okay.
height in meters.
Right. Thank you. Yeah, that's pretty much. That's very self-descriptive. Thank you.
So basically, all it takes is the tangent line needs to be drawn from that height, whatever the observer height is, and at the angle that the dip correction forms. And my theory is that all the tangent points will form a curve, basically.
Right. That's gonna be degrees.
Yeah. No. So that is in minutes. So yeah.
Right, times 60 will be degrees.
Wouldn't it be divided by 60?
Oh, if that you're saying that's giving me arc minutes, right?
That gives you arc minutes.
Right. So if I want degrees, I have to divide that by 60. What did I say?
I think you said times. I'm not sure.
Right. Yeah. You're right. I think I said multiple. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, gotta divide it by 60. Oh, yeah. Fortunately, it's in meters, so I don't have to make any conversion. Okay, let me see if it works. Don't think so. Can you just check what's the angle in degrees for 100 meters?
Probably you're gonna want to start at like 1,000 meters.
Just checking if I got the right thing. Is this?
Oh, okay.
Oh no, I know what I did wrong. I know I don't. Oh right, my radius is in kilometers. No, okay. I'm way off here. Okay, now I think it works. Let me see. 1,000 kilometers. 1,000 kilometers. Right, nice. Okay. Okay, so this is 1,000,000 kilometers. This image here. Wait, no, let me share. Just give me a sec. This is 1,000 kilometers.
1,000 kilometers. Ooh.
No, this not that value. Ignore that. This plotting is for 1,000 kilometers.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So what heights do you want me to plot?
Oh, let's see. Try maybe like 1,000 to 10,000 in steps of 1,000. Just see how that looks. Obviously, we're kind of pushing the limits of the the parabola here. You might need to lengthen those lines a little.
Right. Yeah, I'll make it bigger. Make it twice as big. Okay. So let me draw. 1 to 10,000 meters.
Yeah.
Doesn't look good. Looks like a. Why doesn't it?
Well, remember, it's a parabola, and we are using it way beyond its usable range, right?
This is why it's not looking good. It's just too small of a difference.
Oh, right. Looks like you're going by meter increments.
No, kilometer increments.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I'll try 10 kilometers.
Oh, okay. 10 kilometer, and then go 10 kilometer steps. Yeah.
This is 10 kilometers. Well, let's do with
Okay.
20
Wait,
kilometers.
that was 10 kilometer steps? What was that first? Oh, you did 100 kilometers that first time?
This first time was 1,000 meters, 1 kilometer. Yeah. kilometer increment. The second one was 10 kilometers increment, and now I'm going to send it. Let me do 50 kilometers. Okay, so this is sent 50 kilometers. That's I think it's best if I don't draw the circle, right?
Maybe.
Because circle might be biasing the interpretation. Let me do steps of
Can you make it
100
bigger?
kilometers. That's what she said. Okay.
That's what I always
Okay.
hear when I ask for that.
This is steps of 100 kilometers.
Okay.
If I do 20 steps instead of 10, I get this.
Not bad. Would it be difficult to scale it up though?
No, there's a variable called scale.
Oh, super. Because I'm looking for something that's like, you know, maybe 1,000 pixels wide or something I can present and point at and kind of illustrate from.
Right. Okay, just give me a sec.
Thank you, by the way.
Not a problem. Okay, what about this? Oh, I might put everything in variables, upload it, and then you can play with them.
Oh, what language is it in?
JavaScript. I'll send you my file, and then you play with the code. It's a very small code.
Okay, I don't know if I have Node installed.
No, you don't have to. It's a browser JavaScript.
Oh,
No.
okay.
I assume you have a browser.
That I have.
Right, that's enough.
Hey, can you make it start at 0? And then go in at steps? Because that'll kind of flatten right off the top of that circle.
Sure. Like this.
That doesn't look like the correction for 0 height. It's still slanted. Shouldn't the correction for 0 height be horizontal?
It is.
Oh, let me click. I guess I was clicking an old one. Oh, there we go. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll send the code.
I don't know JavaScript much really, so I don't know if I'll be able to figure it out, but I'll take a look.
Now you're gonna find my code is very well written. No, just kidding. Maybe might be a bit messy, but it's a very small code. I don't think I made it too complicated to be understood. It's a small code. Take a look at it.
So that's all of it?
Yes.
Oh, I gotta click expand. It only showed me the first 7 lines.
Oh, yeah, it's still not that big. That's what she
Okay,
said.
let's see.
So I'll explain you the code. So the first line just get a reference for the canvas. The second line, I mean the JavaScript first line gets a reference to the canvas. The second line gets the context to be able to draw on the canvas, which is the CTX variable. CX stand for the center X, so the X of the center. It's where the observer is if it's at the surface. So I'm using 10% of the width of the canvas. That's my X position on the screen for the initial point. My Y point is exactly the half of the screen vertically. So it's the height of the screen divided by 2. Is that you're following?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was I was trying it out.
Oh, no problem, no problem. Is it
Uh,
working in your computer?
yeah, let me poke around with it. If I can't figure something out, I'll ask.
All right, fair enough.
Okay, the first order of business is to make it bigger. Let me see if I can figure out how to do that.
Oh, you want to make the canvas bigger?
The canvas I've gotten bigger. Now I gotta figure out how to make the... Oh, okay, site length pixel. I can make that bigger. Okay. Alright, canvas, let's see, what's the CX and CY, what's the 0.1 and the 0.5 for in the canvas width and height?
Right. So the CX and CY is where the observer would be. It's the point, like if you're 0 degrees height, that's where you'd be on the screen. So CX and CY are position on the canvas for this starting point of the deep correction.
Okay.
So I use 0.1 for the X. So the lines are going to be drawn at the first 10% of the screen. So that gap between the left part of the canvas and where the lines are is 10% of the size of the canvas. So if you make that 0, it would start right at the edge of the canvas.
Oh, okay.
If you make that 0.5, it's going to move towards the middle. So you can play with that variable and see what happens. I think it makes sense. It's just the initial position.
Okay, how do I increase Earth radius a bit here? Not like Earth radius, but just make it bigger on the screen.
If you want to scale everything up, there's a variable called scale.
Oh, there it is. Okay.
It turns meters into pixels. So each meter is 0.00007 of a pixel.
Okay, and where is my step size set here?
It's on the one of the very last lines, where the function draw dip is called.
Oh, 20? Wait.
Yeah, 20 is like how many steps?
Oh, that's the number of steps. So 100,000 is the kilometers, right?
Meters.
Meters, right. Okay. I guess I could share my screen and you could watch.
Yep. Oh, I think I'm gonna have to leave.
Oh, that's right. Never mind.
I think I have a minute or two. You see. Oh, you're using your command line to edit it.
Yeah.
That's very old school.
How would I?
Okay. Sorry.
Oh,
go ahead.
Go ahead.
I said I was gonna leave, but I think I have time for one last question.
Oh, how do I create an integer type variable or just a variable? I'm going to make the step size increase as the height increases.
Well, all those variables where it says const and the name of the variable equals the value of the variable. That's it. There's no type in JavaScript.
Will I be able to modify the value if I declare it as const?
No, but you can declare it as var. Then
Oh, okay, var, okay.
Anyway, see ya. Good luck.
See ya, thanks.
Dead in the water. Anybody a Trump supporter in here? No? Oh, shucks. He'll be back. Kosho, you're not a Trump supporter? He's probably AFK. I know Kosho loves Trump. Don't save her. She don't want to be saved. Don't save her. Oh. Jesse? No? Trump supporter? No? Gotta be honest, it's been like a year since I've been on here, and I see so many similar faces. I miss you guys. Hope you're doing alright. Hope life's treating you well.
Who are you?
He left. He had only one thing in mind, I guess. Who clicked?
Hello. You're editing that on GIMP?
What's that?
You're editing that on GIMP?
Isn't that how you write JavaScript? I was writing JavaScript the flat Earth way in GIMP. MS Paint, it's a joke.
Oh, right.
I just
Sorry.
wanted to be able to draw a red line, see.
Right. Well, anyway, I was just curious to what you were sharing.
I was hoping the person I was discussing it with would hop on VC and watch, and I could be like, so when you're this high, this is the angle to the horizon, and when you're this high, and just kind of go over it like that, except maybe I'd make straight lines instead of wiggly lines.
Right.
But anyway.
All right.
Yeah, I was in a discussion with somebody in an unnamed server with lots of participants, and it was too noisy there. So they're having a discussion on Freemasonry, I guess. So, which has no particular interest to me.
Yeah, I want a kind of discussion too about Freemasons, about religion, or I don't know, all the stuff that is related to physics or math.
Well, one of the flat earthers is a Freemason, which surprised me because I thought flat earthers blamed Freemasonry for all the evil. But anyway.
Yeah, there's a lot. Yeah. Is that Cyrus? I think Cyrus is a Freemason. Yeah. Yeah, we have.
Plus, I think someone else there doesn't pay his dues, but he's read the books because his grandfather left the books to him and he read them or something. I don't know.
Right. Yeah, well, we have Masons here too. In the city I live in, there's a bunch of Masons. One of my college professors was Mason.
Probably most of them you just didn't know about it.
No, I mean, we all know about it. It's not a secret.
Oh, okay.
There's even like the kids version of Mason. Which I'm not sure what's the English word for it, but it would be something like a rainbow. So when you're a child of a Mason, it's a rainbow, something like that. And I studied with a girl that was a rainbow. But anyway, yeah, well, I was just curious to what you were streaming. Gotta go anyway.
Oh,
it's almost 1 a.m.
Yeah, the person didn't want to look though.
Right. But yeah, it was a good idea to plot the formula for tip and then plot the lines. It's a good idea.
Thanks.
All right. See ya.
See ya. Thanks.